Wow, man, we're in California here. Dang COVID, but hey, Dr. Fauci, he'll be happy with me, won't he? Okay, that's great. Hey, I think we're ready to roll here. Oh, sure. Yeah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, this is Bryce. Yeah, we're having our NCWA meeting today. Yeah, Joe, you can fly in. No, Richfield's going to be too short for Air Force One. Yeah, come into Chico. It'll be great to see you, Joe. Thanks for coming. Wow, Joe Biden, that's awesome. Yeah, hey, Sean. Yeah, it's today. We haven't started yet. Yeah, Sean, you're still early. Perfect. We'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome to the 2021 NCWA annual meeting. I like to quote one of my favorite philosophers, Jimmy Fallon, but even more, I like to reference his band, The Roots, because isn't that where everything good always starts? At the roots. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the Northern California Water Association's annual meeting through the wonders of technology. It just seems like yesterday we were all gathering last March at Sierra Nevada Brewery, right as the world was changing before our eyes. Did the year fly by for you? No, not for me. Maybe for you too. This has been the longest year of my life. The longest year ever. Doesn't it feel a little bit like Groundhog Day? I'm Bill Murray. Every day I wake up and ask myself, is this real or a nightmare? Doesn't it feel a little bit like Groundhog Day? I'm Bill Murray. Every day I wake up and ask myself, is this real or a nightmare? Then I say to myself, dang, it's both. Well, I am Bryce Lundberg, and I am excited to join you today from Cherokee Ranch. I am honored to serve your association and the region as chairman of the Northern California Water Association Board of Directors. In this role, I have the good pleasure to work with you in our collective efforts to protect and manage our water supplies for now and future generations. At NCWA, we come together to cultivate a shared vision in the Sacramento Valley for a vibrant way of life. We gather every year at this time to share our mutual passion and love for the region and to celebrate a better understanding of our precious water resources. Today, we will be together through the technology that we have all been blessed with during this time of COVID. I am thankful not to have contracted the virus. However, I am reminded that where it started, they got it right off the bat. We know we will come together in person soon, and we encourage you to join us on October 21st at 4 p.m. when we plan to have our annual gathering at Matchbook Winery in the Dunnigan Hills. Man, isn't that going to be nice? October 21, 4 p.m., Matchbook Winery. As we gather for our annual meeting, it is always a pleasant reminder about the special place we live, work, play, and pray. I think we all appreciate the unique and special nature of this region and our way of life, which is all dependent upon our precious water resource. Today we will explore Ridgetop to Rivermouth. Ridgetop to Rivermouth water management and how our water resources bring this region and people to life. The farms and the ranches, the cities and the rural communities, the fish, waterfowl, and wildlife. As you can see behind me, Northern California's water is the lifeblood of our families, the fish, and wildlife that grace this region and our special way of life. Let me preview the day ahead. We have a great program with a series of excellent speakers who will each explore a unique and valuable perspective on ridgetop to river mouth water management. We are pleased to be joined by many leading commentators, experts, not ordinary tubers, commentators, in this holistic effort to manage water for multiple beneficial uses from the top of our water system to the delta. I hope that you have seen the program for today that David and I sent to you by email. It has information on each part of the day. The program will include, from the state team, Secretary Wade Crowfoot, in conversation with Thad Bettner, together exploring opportunities in the Sacramento Valley for ridgetop to river mouth water management, for voluntary agreements, and for nature-based solutions to help implement the state's water resilience portfolio. From the federal team, Carlos Suarez and Paul Souza in conversation with Todd Manley, together shaping their ideas on the opportunities for conservation partnerships in the Sacramento Valley. We will also have 3 conversation rooms focused on different parts of the watershed and the efforts to manage water from ridgetop to river mouth in the Sacramento Valley. In the top part of the watershed, Yuba Water Agency's Director, Brent Hasty, will convene a discussion on our headwaters and forest health with Henry McCann from the Public Policy Institute of California, Jay Ziegler from the Nature Conservancy, Andy Fecco from Placer County Water Agency, and Willie Whittlesey from Yuba Water Agency. Wow, that's going to be a great group there. Man, Brent Hasty and Andy Fecco in the same group. You know, it reminds me of a time Andy and Brent and I, we were up hiking near Hellhole. Man, it was a great time. Man, just think about that. Brent and Andy together up at Hellhole. Well, we walked up into a little opening, and Andy ran a little ahead and said, "Oh, there's a hole in the ground." It was a big hole. I mean, it was pretty big. Brent took a pebble and threw it down there, and we listened. You know, it never hit the ground. You know, just as Brent threw it in there, Andy said, "Hey, Brent, don't be so hasty." Well, anyway, Andy, he went and picked up a big old rock and threw it in, and we listened. It never hit the bottom. You know, Brent returned the favor and said, "Wow, what the fecko?" So anyway, I said, "Hey, I see a railroad tie. Let's throw it in there and see if it hits the bottom." So we carried that railroad tie over and we threw it in and we listened. And all of a sudden, out of the trees came a big old goat with big old hair with the horns. It was flying at us. It took one big jump and down the hole. Wow. We looked at each other and said, that was wild. And it was. Pretty soon a farmer came out of the woods and asked if we'd seen his goat. And we told him about this big old goat jumping down the hole. And the farmer said, "Well, that's not my goat. My goat's tied to a railroad tie." You know, goes without saying, we got out of there pretty quick. Well, anyway, I look forward to that talk in the conversation room about the taking care of our watershed and the headwaters. Okay, with respect to our groundwater resources, NCWA Second Vice Chair of Yolo County Flood Control, Jim Mayer, he will convene a conversation on the groundwater sustainability and efforts in the Sacramento Valley to ensure sustainability by 2042. With Jim Pfeiffer, Regional Water Authority, Maurice Hall, Environmental Defense Fund, and Kristen Sikke with Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Man, that's going to be great. In the lower part of the watershed, in the historic floodplains, NCWA First Vice Chair Roger Cornwell and RD 108 District Director, He will convene a conversation around floodplain reactivation. We call it Too Big to Dream, Fins, Feathers, and Farms, with Jacob Katz, from CalTrout, Megan Hurdle with California Audubon, and Louis Bear, RD108. Hey, that's a pretty good Jacob Katz, isn't it? As we explore ridgetop to rivermouth water management, it is important that the water agencies throughout Sacramento Valley and the state are advancing voluntary agreements through a collaborative framework for the voluntary agreement program. To update the implementation and Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, our proposal builds upon the state team's February 4th, 2020 proposed framework for voluntary agreements. The voluntary agreement program that we have developed is robust and can be initiated immediately upon adoption by the State Water Board for the benefit of fish, wildlife, farms, and cities. Importantly, the implementation of the voluntary agreements is central to a successful water resiliency portfolio, and the voluntary agreements are the cornerstone for local and regional agencies to continue ridgetop to rivermouth water investment and management, and to resolve conflict by bringing the state and federal agencies together to solve California's ongoing water challenges. Ridgetop to rivermouth water management is also important as we stare a dry year in the Sacramento Valley. To prepare for this year, NCWA has convened a dry year task force chaired by Fritz Durst and Brent Hasty. The task force is coordinating with the State Water Board, the Bureau of Reclamation, the Department of Water Resources, and fisheries agencies to foster communication and help advance good policy in this challenging year. It is always my honor to recognize the Northern California Water Association Board of Directors, who represent surface water, groundwater supplies, and local governments throughout the region. The NCWA board listed consists of our directors who are all selected locally to their representative boards and agencies. The board members all live, work, and play in this region, and they share a deep passion for this great valley and the importance of managing water for multiple benefits. They all work hard and spend a tremendous amount of time engaged in numerous water discussions and various trips to Sacramento and Washington, D.C. When you see these leaders in your various communities, please thank them for the contributions to Northern California and to NCWA. I would like to introduce the NCWA team who are implementing our 2021 priorities. Each member is a devoted expert in their related field. You all know David Guy, and David knows everyone. He is one of the most respected water attorneys in our state. David is an amazing leader who approaches challenges proactively, developing creative solutions. Todd Manley represents NCWA's members on issues including legislation, appropriations, ecosystem enhancement, Pacific Flyway, fish passage, and efficient water management. Bruce Hatterschelt is responsible for the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition. Bruce ensures compliance and reporting requirements of the Central Valley Regional Board's irrigated land regulatory program are met for the over 8,600 farmers, wetland managers in the coalition. Ida Noe. Ida Noe is NCWA's administrator. She is a fifth-generation rice farmer from Glenn County. Ida knows firsthand how important water is to the North State families and farms. She handles NCWA's finances, plans NCWA's annual meeting, and special events like our matchbook celebration, which will be on October 21st in beautiful Zamora in the Dunnigan Hills. Thank you, Ida. We look forward to that. Kylie Fryer joined the NCWA team in 2020 as communication specialist. She will lead NCWA's communication effort with co-chairs Corey Davis, and Anjanette Shadley. Kylie is a great writer and storyteller. I am looking forward to reading her stories of our region through Kylie's special lens. Danielle Ochoa, she holds our office together. She can do anything from tech to phones. Man, she brings in some great drinks too, but she keeps us going. She coordinates the work of the team and the board of directors. Finally, NCWA's Legislative Affairs Director, Adam Robin, recently joined the Yuba Water Agency. Thank you, Adam, for your skillful work representing NCWA. Today, I'm excited to announce that Gary Link will be joining NCWA as the new Legislative Affairs Director on March 15th. It's just a few days from now. We look forward to working with you, Gary. Thank you for joining the NCWA team. Finally, I also want to thank our many sponsors and partners in this annual meeting. For this region to be sustainable, we need a team effort. Our meeting is made possible today by our wonderful sponsors listed on the screen. These are not only our sponsors, but they are also our partners and friends in protecting your water supplies and helping us manage water for multiple benefits. Many thanks to all of you for your continuing support and partnership as we look forward to seeing you in person on October 21st at the Matchbook Winery. You know, I think normally when we recognize the sponsors, and thank you so much, sponsors, that's kind of where we normally would break, I think, for our lunch. Wow, wouldn't that be nice? Salad, rice, and that delicious Llano Seco pork. Man, that just sounds delicious. That would be great. Well, I guess skipping a few conference lunches will just help me reach my goal of losing 10 pounds in 2021. Only 15 to go. Dang, don't you hate these masks? Wow. Okay. We are pleased to be joined today by our friends, Natural Resource Secretary Wade Crowfoot and Counsel for Water Policy of Cali, PA, Kristen Peer, who will have a conversation with Thad Bettner.
Hello, everybody, to attending the annual NCWA meeting. And we're very fortunate to have with us today Secretary Wade Crowfoot and Kristen Pierce representing EPA. So we're going to talk with them a little bit about some questions we have for them related to kind of our current list of activities that NCWA and us as member agencies are undertaking. So again, just welcome everybody for attending, and to you, Wade and Kristen, for your time today. The conference, or at least the annual meeting, is really focused on this Ridgetop to Rivermouth water management. I think we all play a role in that. I think it's really been kind of nice the way NCWA has teed up that approach to it. So I think in light of the things that we want to cover today, it would be kind of in light of that framework. So again, we have Wade and Kristen here, and at least for me, I got to know Wade first, I think, when you were in Governor Brown's Office of Emergency Services or something.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, 2014. So it's been a while, and here we get to do another drought as you as secretary. So again, welcome, and I know you've talked to our membership before. Kristen, welcome. You're probably not as well known as Wade, but certainly, at least in me seeing you around EPA, I know you do a lot of the hard work behind the scenes. And I mentioned to you, like, there's doers and talkers, and certainly I'm a doer, and I think you're a doer too. So I really appreciate your hard work. But if you'd like to introduce yourself a little bit to our folks, please feel free to do that.
Sure. So thanks, Thad, and great to be here with you, Wade. I'm Kristen Peer, Deputy Secretary and Special Counsel for Water Policy at the Cali, PA, and I work closely with Secretary Blumenfeld and the State Water Board and the Regional Water Boards on all things water. So happy to be here today.
Great, thanks. Thanks for joining us. So really, I've divided kind of our talk into maybe four pieces. First, talking about kind of the Ridgetop to Rivermouth water management section. We want to talk a bit about dry year and drought. Obviously, we're right in the middle of that. We've been working with you on voluntary agreements a little bit, so just want to get your perspective on that. And then just some nature-based solutions. Obviously, the governor came out with some new priorities and some percentage targets. And I know you were both probably part of that conversation. So maybe just end our conversation about some big picture thinking there and some strategy, which I think is exciting. So that's really kind of what we want to cover today. And again, look forward to both your insights into these different questions. So first, on our Ridgetop to Rivermouth management, we've really been focusing on that as the talks today. And some of that includes many of the priorities for the administration, which I know you both been involved in, the water resilience portfolio and the 2021 budget, including headwaters, there's forest health, there's floodplain restoration, sustainable groundwater management. To start, can you both share maybe your vision and thoughts on multi-benefit water management from Ridgetop to Rivermouth and how the local and regional agencies in our region can work with you in the state to advance some of these important efforts?
Yeah, maybe I'll start. So first of all, Thad, good to be with you, and I'm disappointed not to be up at the Sierra Nevada Brewery with you all, and to be getting Bryce Lundberg's goofy little door prize gifts. I wore his "Make Floodplains Great Again" cap most of the last summer. But look, you guys are doing great work, and I think we're always glad to support and engage however we can. And I'm not surprised with the thoughtful theme of the meeting here today. You do a great job actually, taking this holistic vision of our water system of systems and really figuring out how we improve our environmental management in a manner that actually improves our water reliability. And I think you all have been onto it for some time, which is, the Sacramento River system, and certainly all of our water systems throughout the state, are complicated, expansive systems. And as you point out, they start in our forested watershed, where our snow falls and our rain falls, and they make their way out ultimately to the ocean, and then serve our economy and our communities and the environment in between. And so from our perspective, the governor's water resilience portfolio takes a sort of an all of the above approach on managing, improving, restoring, stabilizing these systems. And so we know it's not just about water supply. It's about environmental management, water supply, and so many other things. And that's really where these multi-benefit projects come in. I think you all deserve a lot of credit for elevating the use of multi-benefit floodplains as just one example, a way that we can reduce downstream flood safety risks, improve our groundwater aquifers in some cases, and of course, create environmental habitat, which is going to keep our fish healthy. And we know if our fish are healthy and avoid falling into that endangered species status, we're going to have a more stable, reliable water system. So a lot of different examples that I could point out, but I'll just say that one area that I'm most excited about making progress on is really building the connection between water agencies and forest management. And you take a member of NCWA like Yuba Water Agency, where Yuba and Placer County Water Agency are investing their resources in the water agency in maintaining and restoring the health of forested watersheds, because they know that's going to protect the water quality and quantity that they deliver to their customers. So I'd like to see us figure out a way to amplify that type of leadership, not only across the Sacramento River Valley, but across the state, so that we're really taking care of our water systems by taking care of our forests. Those are some initial thoughts I have.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. Kristen, thoughts?
Yeah, thanks. So I would echo everything that Secretary Crowfoot said. I think this year, we've experienced some pretty dramatic impacts to our water systems, both with the pandemic and with the wildfires. So, this year was really an unprecedented year for wildfires, 4 million acres plus burned across the state. And the pandemic also was a significant and continues to be impact on drinking water systems. So early on in the pandemic, the governor issued a moratorium on water shutoffs for people's inability to pay their water bills. And the board looked into that recently. I mean, we knew there were going to be impacts from that, but I think when the executive order was signed, nobody had any sort of concept of how long the pandemic was going to take to clear up. And of course, we're all still in our homes at this virtual conference, not at the Sierra Nevada Brewery, unfortunately. So, we looked at some data, and we have an estimated $1 billion in total household debt across the state as of January, and that continues to grow. That means that at least 1.6 million households in California have water debt, and that's approximately 12% of households throughout the state. And the pandemic's impacts are also being felt at the system level. So these, a lot of small water systems that were already vulnerable and don't have the capacity, never did have the capacity, and now are sort of hit with a shock and are less able to manage for that. And so we're working now on how we're going to manage coming out of the pandemic so that these don't continue to be sort of ongoing impacts that we're dealing with. And of course, the wildfires, we all know, have significant impacts to watersheds. Post-fire storm systems are devastating, and we've already seen some dramatic footage, for example, from Highway 1, which is just downstream of the Dolan fire, where a huge portion of the highway just went straight into the ocean. And of course, many of your agencies know, these post-fire storm systems can bring sediments and debris and sometimes hazardous materials into our reservoirs, into our surface waters. And so all of this, I think, is to say that we are going to need multi-benefit restoration projects now more than ever. And that takes a sort of, as Secretary Crowfoot said, all of the above strategy. We need everybody involved. There's a couple of areas where the NCWA agencies, I think, now could start to get involved, where it's interagency things that we're working on. One is a spatial analysis to help us prioritize priority watersheds, the Oroville, Shasta, and Trinity watersheds. So Cali PA and the Resources Agency are currently working on developing that tool, which will help us sort of identify the priority areas for restoration projects going forward. There's going to be outreach coming in the near future on how stakeholders can get involved in that process, and we would welcome the expertise of the NCWA agencies in that. Another area is the State Water Board is working closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and Sustainable Conservation on development of a restoration general permit that would cover large restoration projects. And that would include mitigation projects, voluntary restoration projects, and potentially even mitigation that could be included with the voluntary agreements. And so that is anticipated to be coming out in the next couple of months this spring, and hopefully we'll have in place adopted an order by the end of the year. So there's a lot going on in this space, and really would welcome engagement of your member agencies in all of it.
That's great. Thanks, Kristen. Those are just two great opportunities. So thanks for bringing those to the front so we know about those. Thanks. Switching to dry year a little bit. Obviously, we all know that we're facing a potentially tough year. Wade, again, mentioned you. We worked with you in the past drought in 14 and 15, and certainly Kristen. We worked with the EPA and State Board team during the last drought, and currently are. Right now, NCWA does have a dry year task force that's really looking at things that we can be doing from an NCWA perspective this year. Fritz Durst and Brent Hastley are chairing or co-chairing a group that we have on that. We're having calls every other week, and certainly inviting some of your staff to attend those as well. But as you look forward to this year, or we look forward to this year, what are some of your initial thoughts on how we can be working together to kind of get through potentially this drought if it still remains dry, and then at least from our perspective, how we can be helping some of your teams in terms of trying to address some of the issues that you are aware of right now.
Well, I mean, where we sit here in early March, it's fairly clear that we're going to have a dry or critical water year. On top of last year, which of course was a really challenging water year. So much like NCWA, we've been coordinating across agency for the last few months and really preparing ourselves for the second dry year. And that means any number of things, including sort of what administrative actions we'll need to take to allow, for example, reservoirs to keep water in storage for later in the year. I was up with my family at Lake Oroville, I guess, a couple weekends ago, and it's really tough to see the reservoirs in the condition that they're in. I think one benefit of coming out of this epic drought of the middle part of the last decade was that a lot of us were here for that and managed our way through it in partnership with water agencies. So I think in terms of working together, we'll continue to rely on two-way communication, very nimble around how do we manage our system, what types of flexibilities might we be able to exercise. We're working on how we can make water transfers, for example, more nimble than they've been in the past. The Department of Water Resources has some strong improvements there. And then how we can make decisions in real time regarding the environmental management we need to protect these endangered species while maximizing use of the water for supply. I will say at the same time, we have to keep our eyes on the prize with just building resilience over the long term. So the governor's proposed budget a couple months back calls for more funding for local assistance for SGMA, sustainable groundwater management. And so we're going to continue to need to allow SGMA to be implemented by local agencies, even as we contend with the current year. And we're going to continue to build more habitat using about $175 million of Prop 68 funding in partnership with NCWA agencies over the next few years. I imagine that if dry conditions stay dry and we really start to experience the kind of impacts we experienced in the second year of the last drought, we will likely pull ourselves together in a task force or a multi-agency group that allows for participation from water agencies. So again, you understand what we as state agencies are doing to manage. We understand what you're doing, and then we can, problem solve together to get through the year. Kristen, what are your thoughts?
Thanks, Wade. One thing that comes to mind is the significant impacts that the salmon experienced from the last drought, the mortality events in the Sacramento River. So temperature management is really, I think, forefront. All indications are looking like this year is going to be dry and potentially a drought year. And so I think there has been good communication over the last couple of years, and the hope is that would continue. It's really important to early planning is really important. So these next couple of months are going to be crucial to making sure that the right management decisions are made to protect the temperatures coming out of Shasta and going into the Sacramento River. And so, I think in the past, NCWA agencies have been really helpful in developing the plan and also developing voluntary actions that can be taken to ameliorate some of the most significant impacts to temperature. And so I think we'd welcome that type of interaction again this year. Certainly these, like I said, next couple of months are going to be critical. So the draft comes from the Bureau of Reclamation to the State Water Board, the draft temperature management plan, and usually in mid-April, and then the final is finalized in late May. So again, now is the time to kind of start looking at that and figuring out how we're going to manage it.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen and Wade. I know for at least representing a lot of our growers, even though it's March 1, they're already starting to plan for what to do this year for planting. Obviously we've been asked for potentially doing water transfers to benefit other parts of the state. So as you said, we're having discussions now. So certainly the more we can partner with your staffs on how do we move that process forward and trying to get to some understandings even by the end of this month would be super helpful. So certainly if you have some thoughts on who we should be talking to, specifically from your different agencies, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, well, I'll just mention that, first of all, thanks in advance for those conversations. I recall quite vividly just how instrumental, your agencies were in NCWA in actually helping us manage for some of those environmental issues in the last drought. So huge thanks for that, and look forward to the partnership. I mean, we're going to be managing this at the principal level. Kristen is the key deputy to Secretary Blumenfeld, and she works closely with Joaquin and Eileen at the state board. Likewise, Chuck Bonham at Fish and Wildlife, Carla Namath at Water Resources. So I would say that if, we should just pull ourselves together and have a high-level meeting to kind of scope out what the decision-making tempo looks like in the coming weeks and months, and then just make sure we've got the right technical people staying connected. So as you all are making decisions, we understand that, and then we can tell you when we're making decisions, and we can, coordinate and synergize.
Great. Thanks, Wade. Let's turn to voluntary agreements, a simple process that should be taking a matter of months, right? I know both of you are really involved in voluntary agreement discussions from, I think, different perspectives. So I think maybe would be helpful is maybe just to get your insights on where voluntary agreements stand, and then maybe how each of your agencies are approaching them, because I do think it's a little bit unique, and not everybody understands that. So I think maybe just talking a little about, and then how you're both working together with your respective agencies.
Yeah, well, I think it's important to underscore that we're working together across our agencies, and I think a new and different way. So Governor Newsom came in, and at an early cabinet meeting, he looked at us all, secretaries managing these agencies, and he says, look, I understand that you get treated as pretty important people in Sacramento, but very few people outside of state government actually know what each of your agencies does. And what they care about is, are you getting stuff done for California? And I think, historically and naturally in big governments, there can be these institutional tensions and sort of turf between departments or agencies. We've really worked hard to break that down, some of those inherent tensions among our different missions within state government. So we have what's called a one state water team, and we meet frequently with Kristen and Jared and Joaquin and Eileen at the water board, and again, Chuck and Carla. And that doesn't mean, we don't have different perspectives or we don't have different obligations, but we work to really problem solve and make decisions as an administration, which really was a good example of that was that water resilience portfolio. So on these voluntary agreements, I think there used to be a perception that sort of DWR and Fish and Wildlife were sort of one team working with the water contractors, and they threw something over the transom to the water board for the water board to consider, quietly in a black box. I mean, that was sort of the stereotype. And I think we flipped that on its head. What we worked for the first year to do is bring all of the parties together in that so-called plenary session, met bi-weekly basis, almost for an entire year, and to develop this voluntary agreements to obviously enable the water board to do what it's mandated to do by state and federal law, which is update that water quality plan. We know that the water board has to do this. And so our focus is, let's develop a package that's workable for water agencies, for our state and federal agencies, for environmental conservation groups, that frankly is going to protect those beneficial uses more quickly than the traditional process of regulations, water rights adjudication, litigation. And so we continue to think a voluntary agreement or set of agreements is a win-win-win. We're not agnostic on actually whether we want to achieve a set of voluntary agreements. We very much do. The complexity and the time that we've taken is we need to ensure that program of implementation, including the flows and the habitat, actually is scientifically adequate and therefore legally adequate. The voluntary agreement, once it's produced, is going to go through a blind scientific peer review, where objective scientists that know nothing about the politics of California water are going to review it for its adequacy. It's going to go through a CEQA process, and then ultimately through public analysis and hearings at the State Water Board. And we, as champions of the voluntary agreements, want to make sure that those agreements are an adequate program of implementation. We know that they will be challenged legally. And so therefore, all the work we've been doing is to really ensure that we can collectively identify the assets, the flow, the habitat, the management, the science, that's actually going to meet the bar that federal and state law sets for the water board. I think it's clear that, over in 2020, we were stymied by some pretty significant differences with the Trump administration as it relates to the protection of endangered species. And those legal differences, frankly, halted our progress. The good news is that the new administration has made it very clear that they want to roll up the sleeves, work with us, explore how we resolve those legal differences, and get back around the table on the voluntary agreements. And as you all know, the water agencies have been hard at work in recent months, really trying to make this framework, this VA framework that we presented last February, and turn it into identifying how that framework or something similar to it could be produced into this set of agreements that would be presented to the Water Board. So I'm very bullish actually right now. I know the governor wants to get this done because I hear from him and Jared hears from him quite regularly asking for status updates. We're doing the good work, with water agencies and other stakeholders, really identifying what are those assets that are needed ultimately to flow into that set of agreements and ultimately be analyzed and presented to the Water Board. And Kristen is truly one of the brains behind the voluntary agreement. So I'd be interested in whatever perspective you'd add.
Yeah, thanks, Wade. I would just say, I think I would add, that this is something that the State Water Board is also quite supportive of and hopeful will succeed because of the reasons that Secretary Crowfoot, you highlighted, which is, the improvements can get into the system much more efficiently and effectively. And, it can be a suite of assets. It's flow, it's habitat, it's funding. It's the whole system working together. Those things are things that are either difficult or impossible for the Water Board to regulate because they have limited authority. So they recognize the benefits of these VAs and are hopeful that that we will succeed in bringing them a package that is scientifically and legally adequate, which is what we are aiming to do. But I will say that even if that doesn't happen, the board is going to be completing its update of the water quality control plan. And in that, there will be a pathway, a voluntary pathway. The hope, of course, is that we bring something fully baked to the board for analysis. But, even if that's, not completed, there will be a pathway analyzed for voluntary agreements that could be slotted in. So this is something that the State Water Board is supportive of, and of course, Cali PA is and has been for a number of years at this point. So.
Yeah, and Kristen, I might add a couple more things. One is, this challenge is obviously decades in the making. So we appreciate, everyone's patience, recognizing that, it's going to take some time to figure this out. We've been at this about 2 years in this administration, and we do think we're making progress. Many of us spend more time on the voluntary agreements than any other single initiative within state government right now. The other point I'd make is we've really tried to make more transparent our sort of assessment around the voluntary agreements. Jared and I have called this the open book test. So we really have invited in the Water Board staff and the Fish and Wildlife staff and the water resources biologists so that we're all understanding how we determine adequacy or consider adequacy. Now, that's not obviously the official process that the Water Board has to go through, and that's an independent process, but this gives us a sense of really what's needed to be adequate. And we think that's going to really serve us in the months to come.
Maybe just follow-up questions to each one of you, and maybe just more to maybe manage expectations or set some timelines. Wade, I think you kind of touched on a little bit, but maybe just from each one of your perspectives, at least from the Sac Valley water user tributary perspective, we've had our proposals sitting out there for a while. So I guess one to you, Wade, when do you feel or when do you think would be the right time to actually sit down and reconvene with us about where we may be on our respective proposals? And then for you, Kristen, you talked about the state board process, which I think we're all aware of, but in time frame in terms of, when do we need to get something to you that if the board, were to march forward with its process, that, we would need to get something in there to make sure, we have a viable alternative to, an unimpaired flow approach, if you will.
Well, I mean, I think that the time is generally now to focus in on trying to get this, done and turned into a proposal for consideration. So I think, early spring, which is, basically now, this spring, we should get back around the table and with more detail understand what's being proposed by, the various parties. I really want to encourage us to, roll up our sleeves and get this done as it relates to the proposal. We think we were pretty clear about the voluntary agreement framework that we put out last year, and we really worked hard to identify sort of what is that base level of adequacy for a proposal. That things got complicated as we changed the pumping regimes in the Delta from the federal biological opinion and the state incidental take permit. So it took some time then to figure out, okay, how are we expressing that framework, that baseline adequacy, given those different regimes? We think we're in a place right now to really to help articulate what's needed to meet that adequacy. So I do think that this spring, getting back around a table and talking through what's being proposed would be helpful, because I know the water board needs to move forward, on phase 2, to again, comply with the state and federal legal requirements.
Yeah, and I would just echo what Secretary Crowfoot said. We are intensely focused right now on rounding out the discussions and getting a package together. And so the time is now, but folks should rest assured that there will be plenty of notice if and when the board decides to continue the process, and there will be a lot of process before anything is completed. So stay tuned on that. But again, the focus now is really to try to solidify the package to present.
Great. Thanks. Well, appreciate just giving us heads up on those, because I know there's a lot of people watching this who are pretty invested in this. So setting some expectations is really helpful. So thanks for those responses. Just in the few minutes we have left here, certainly just kind of wanted to end with maybe just some bigger thinking, and at least some of your strategic visioning. But, certainly the governor's October 2020 executive order, had some nature-based solutions, biodiversity, some targets sitting out there. So maybe just give us some thoughts about, as I'm sure you were involved in helping prepare some of that, for us in the Sacramento Valley, what can we be thinking of? How can we be helping, or what potentially do you have planned for our region that we can really look to partner with you and engaging on some of these longer term and bigger type visioning that you have?
Yeah, well, I think it starts with the recognition that, our water system of systems built California into what it is today. You think about the flood control reservoirs in the Sacramento Valley that actually enabled safe settlement in the Sacramento Valley. So human engineering, is central to essentially, water deliveries, our water system. At the same time, our conditions are changing. We know that the dry periods are getting drier, the wet periods are getting wetter. And we need to figure out ways to transform our water systems, which tend to be centralized, fairly rigid, and somewhat static, into more decentralized, dynamic, flexible systems. And one way that we think we can do that is reintegrating more nature into those systems for a variety of reasons. Couple great examples of we've already talked about, treating our forested watersheds as the green infrastructure that they are, and actually restoring and maintaining the health of those forests, recognizing that it benefits our water system. Likewise, our seasonal floodplains, that where water overtops a weir flood space, not only for flood protection benefit and recharge, but also for environmental habitat. So nature-based solutions, the idea of reintegrating nature into our water systems is really powerful. And we want to identify ways to continue to amplify that. And so the governor's executive order was really trying to put a little bit more, elevate a little bit more the idea of investing in these multi-benefit nature-based solutions that you all are so familiar with. One of the targets that we've set is conserving 30% of our state by 2030. When we say conserve, we don't mean, fence off from people more land necessarily, but how do we improve environmental conservation on our working lands, on our farms, our ranches, our forests, and in our natural places? We think that actually more conservation, which can include, economically profitable working lands, will benefit the environment and ultimately our sustainability as an economy in California. Think about, your rice fields in the Sacramento Valley, world famous for its production of quality rice, but also this incomparable environmental habitat for migrating birds and shorebirds that's really replaced all the wetlands that we lost over time. To me, our advancing nature-based solutions, I think it dovetails really well with the vision that you guys are trying to drive in the Sacramento Valley. And I think over hopefully years and decades, we'll provide more resources and more policy tools to actually continue building out those nature-based solutions in your part of California.
And so I might just jump in with a few sort of more concrete ways that NCWA agencies can get involved in the implementation of the executive order. So there's the implementing mechanism is the California Biodiversity Collaborative. And that is bringing together state agencies, federal agencies, organizations, stakeholder organizations, and leaders like NCWA agencies, water agencies, to share information and build on best practices. And like Secretary Crowfoot said, you all have expertise that is critical to sort of understanding not only the needs, but also how to achieve them. So that network is getting off the ground now, and encourage folks to get involved. There's also going to be a report, Pathways to 3030, that is going to help set a baseline assessment so that we understand, what we're adding and how we're achieving that 30 by 30 goal. So that's another place where the expertise of your member agencies can be really helpful, and really encourage folks to take a look at the Resources Agency website, where there's a ton of information on all of this. And there will be lots of meetings in the near future to get that off the ground.
Kristen, thanks so much for reminding us of how folks can engage. And I might add that we'll be holding regional conversations. And so we'll likely be coming somewhere north of Sacramento into the Sacramento Valley to discuss sort of our efforts around conservation, nature-based solutions, and climate smart land strategy. So as Kristen said, excited for NCWA participation.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'd love to host you wherever you'd like to come. So thanks for that invitation. It's crazy, but this has been almost 40 minutes, so it's gone fast, and really appreciate both of your insights. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us, or other thoughts you'd have with our NCWA group in terms of things we ought to be doing in Sacramento Valley, or conversations we ought to be having?
Well, I would just say stay at it. I mean, frankly, Sacramento Valley is, to me, one of the more inspirational places in the state, where you're working across sectors, the ag sector, the environmental conservation sector, the water sector, the forest sector, to find workable solutions, both for communities and the environment and the economy. So I would say stay at it. Thad, you've been great about, constructively pushing us to do more on this type of multi-benefit work, while, us staying focused on the voluntary agreement. So I think we just need your ideas and continued collaboration. Really want to, lift up much of what you do right now through NCWA and the Sacramento River Valley as a model for the rest of the state.
Yeah, I would echo that, and just also say, as I started out, we're facing really unprecedented challenges right now, and we are not going to solve them alone. The state can't do it alone, and really needs the engagement of everybody. It's an all hands on deck situation we're in. So really appreciate your continued involvement in the voluntary agreement space, and in helping with the 30 by 30 effort. And certainly my door is always open. I'm more accessible probably than Secretary Crowfoot, certainly more than Secretary Blumenfeld. So please feel free at any time to reach out.
So you just got to put your cell phone number right over there.
Exactly.
Yeah, I might add one more thing, which is bring us out to the field. I think a lot of us, especially, been trapped in our bedrooms with some school age kids learning within the house, or trapped in our offices. We're really excited to get back out when it's safe to do so. And I think it's so powerful to actually go out there and kick dirt and just to see things with you all. So I'm hoping that you engage state policymakers from the agencies, from the legislature, get us out there and show us what's happening.
It's a great idea, Wade. It's really easy to socially distance up here, especially when you're outside. So it's a great way to do both. So really appreciate that insight. We definitely will do that. But Kristen, Wade, really appreciate your time spending with us. Again, it's been a real pleasure to talk with both of you and share your thoughts with our group as they listen to this when it's aired. And again, just thank you for coming and visiting up here, staying engaged with us. Again, we want to be partners with the state and with your agencies, and really appreciate you as people. I always say water is one of those, it's a relationship business. It's not one of those things where you can just do exchanges with, it's not a currency exchange or anything. It's really a relationship exchange. So really appreciate your personal interest and being willing to pick up the phone anytime to have these conversations. So again, appreciate you both for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
All right.
Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you for the tremendous relationship, cooperation, the collaboration we have with you. We have felt that from day one, and we continue to look forward to working with you on all these important efforts that we share.
And now, an important message from Bryce Lundberg.
I think I ought to be about done, but I'll take the risk to do one more. And that is, when David was a young attorney, and of course he's still a young attorney, heck, he's still a young attorney, but when he was just first out of law school, he came out here to do a little hunting. And, he shot a dove, and it went over onto a farmer's field. And David put down his gun and started going on over into the field when a pickup rolled up. And in that pickup was the landowner. And he said, "Hey, young fella, where are you going?" And David said, "Well, I shot a dove and it landed over there. I'm going to go pick up my dove." And the farmer said, "No, you're not. That's my field. That's my dove." And David said, "I'm an attorney. I know the law. The law says I can go pick up my dove." And the farmer said, No, that's my field, that's my dove. Well, David said, "Well, I'm an attorney, and if you don't let me go get that dove, I'm going to sue you." Well, the farmer said, "Well, we're in Northern California. That's just not the way we do things here. Let me tell you how we do things here. We use the 3-kick rule." And David, being new, said, "I don't know the 3-kick rule. Tell me what the 3-kick rule is." And the farmer said, "Well, I kick you 3 times, and then you kick me 3 times. And then I kick you 3 times, and then you kick me 3 times. Whoever gives up first, the other person gets the dove." Well, David, knowing he was young and that farmer was old, he said, "You're on, old man." Well, the farmer went first, and he kicked David. He kicked David hard, 3 times. One so hard he knocked David down. But David got up and said, "Hey, old man, now it's my turn." And the old man said, "Nah, I give up. Go get your dove." Well, that's the 3-kick rule. And of course, that's what we used to do in the old days. We don't do that anymore here at Northern California Water Association. Now it's all about collaboration, cooperation, and working together. Three things, not kicks: collaboration, cooperation, working together. Well, hey, that's all you get. That's all, folks. The show's over. Now, it's one of my great joys. One of my great joys as being chairman of NCWA is to honor the people that have been an integral part of the Sacramento Valley's fabric and our exceptional culture of success. Today, we will be honoring several people who have dedicated their lives to the Sacramento Valley and our important water resources. To start, the Will S. Green Award is presented by the NCWA Board of Directors to an individual who has devoted their life to the promotion and advancement of irrigation in the Sacramento Valley. I know that most of you know the contributions that Will S. Green made to the Sacramento Valley, both with respect to water supply and flood protection. I always recommend Cindy Davis's book, Where Water is King, for those of you who would like to learn more about Will S. Green. Past winners of the Will S. Green Award have included George Basie, Fran Silva, Gene Harris, Richard Rominger, Tim O'Halloran, Tib Belza, Sandy Din, Homer Lundberg, and Charlie Hoppin. I am also glad that we have honored George Basie and Richard Rominger, as they have both recently passed away. And today, we honor their memory. We are excited to announce that the 2021 recipient of the Will S. Green Award is Mary Wells. Mary Wells, you all know Mary. She is a North State Water farm and conservation leader. Leadership began early for Mary with 4-H. Her skills and education were honed at Cal Poly, and she has flourished in our region. Mary Wells' name is synonymous with leadership, hard work, wisdom, dedication, sacrifice, innovation, and for being a friendly, generous neighbor. For some perspective on Mary and her contributions, let's watch this video on Mary.
Will S. Green was a major part of creating the opportunity for irrigation in the Sacramento Valley, and he spent decades trying to promote and create an irrigation system. He had far-reaching vision, and this award is something that can be presented to people who are looking at the big picture.
Well, when you think about somebody like a Will S. Green and you read about Will S. Green and his contributions to the Sacramento Valley, you can't help think that Mary Wells took inspiration from Will Green. She really kind of embodies his spirit. She kind of embodies his kind of soft-spoken way about just persevering and moving through the issues and ultimately making the Sacramento Valley a better place.
Mary is very deserving of this award. I believe that she is the icon, the figure that Will S. Green represents, the icon of the water world.
She has spent her lifetime promoting irrigation, and she has promoted the sustainability of the Sacramento Valley like no other.
To me, Mary is the Will S. Green Award. I think she's so deserving of it.
She was the first female to be an FFA. She was one of the first graduates from the School of Agriculture at Cal Poly. She was the first staff member hired by Westside Water District, which helped build that district. She was one of the founding board members of NCWA. She was the first female president of NCWA. She was the first female manager of Westside Water District and Maxwell Irrigation District.
Mary Wells was in a lot of different boards, and she was a pioneer in many ways. But she had no fear about going into a room no matter who was in there, no matter their ranking or men or other women or whoever.
Maxwell and Westside share a manager. She was the first to put that in place. And since then, there's been a couple other examples where other districts are trying to do the same things.
Mary Wells was one of the original founders of NCWA. And you could tell right away that she had the energy and the desire and the passion, and realized how important it was for us to organize in the North State. And she was relentless.
Confident and always knew what she was talking about. Her level of detail in the water world was so impressive.
I think Mary helped set the tone for the organization for early on. I think we were so lucky to have so many chairmen. Mary was our third chairman, and she just continued to set that positive tone of the organization.
As NCWA grew and began having a voice for agricultural irrigation and the water industry, my mom was meeting with more and more people, reaching out further and further and beginning to travel. That is when I realized that my mom was playing an integral part in the growth of NCWA.
I don't know anybody in the state of California that doesn't like Mary Wells. I don't know anybody in the state of California that doesn't have the most immense respect for her.
Mary is a very outgoing, friendly, active person, easy to get to know, easy to talk to.
Really wants you as a person to do very well at whatever you're doing.
She's an amazing person, and for Mary it wasn't, she was a female, she's doing this, she's forging the way because I'm a woman. Mary just did it because that's what she wanted to do.
With her being a woman in the water world in those days, it was a difficult challenge, but she made it seem so simple and seamless because she was so knowledgeable and had so much respect around the valley already that when she spoke, people paid attention.
Mary is one of the leaders in the Sacramento Valley who really broke ground in the area of water management for women. There are not, even to this day, many women general managers for water districts.
And she persevered through that, pressed on, and really came out doing very well, and with a ton of respect from her peers as well.
Winnie Jones, Cynthia Peterson, the three of them really laid the way for women in the industry, and as spokesmen, they set the path that the rest of us can follow.
Mary loved to host tours and to welcome people to her ranch so that they could see farming firsthand.
She spent countless hours educating people on the issues in the North State.
Mary truly, I think, had one of the keenest senses of the Sacramento Valley of anybody I've ever known.
Mary and a group of other local contractors, including the county of Glenn and Colusa, formed a joint powers agreement to begin a local effort to reinvigorate the site's reservoir project. And she was a pioneer in starting that joint powers agreement.
Boy, she was a champion from sites from day one.
Mary knows that she will give up where her land is to build Sites Reservoir, but that just encompasses everything about Mary, that she's willing to give that up.
But she has that long-term vision. I think Mary's always, in her ranching and her farming, she's always been looking out towards the horizon. And I just think she knows what the future of the Sacramento Valley is. She knows what the future of California is. And I think that's really what motivates her. And I think that just makes her a truly gifted leader.
And I think that's such a rare quality to find a person, anybody, who would take the position she has on sites for the betterment of others, even at the peril of her own ranch and her home.
To be that unselfish for the greater good of others tells a lot about her character as well.
She recognizes how vital the role of irrigation water is, not only to our little town of Maxwell, our community of Colusa County, Northern California, but the entire state of California, that she's willing to sacrifice her ranch, her home, the house that I grew up in, for the betterment of providing secure water supply so that her grandkids and her great-grandkids and generations after have water to continue to farm and live the life that we love in the valley. So yes, it is a sacrifice, one that she struggled with early on, but recognized the value of having that reservoir there with water that provides a lifeblood right across the range into the valley. And not only would it help our family, our community, but really the whole state of California.
Oh, hey, you guys are ready. Perfect. Well, we are thrilled today to hear from Carlos Suarez and Paul Souza in conversation with Todd Manley.
Hi, I am Todd Manley, NCWA's Director of Government Relations. For this portion of the program, we will explore Ridgetop to Rivermouth water management with two of our federal partners. With me today are Carlos Suarez, the State Conservationist for the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and Paul Souza, the Regional Director for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Pacific Southwest Region. In his role at NRCS, Carlos works with resource conservation districts and other partners to provide one-on-one conservation, technical, and planning assistance to thousands of farms and ranches on voluntary projects that conserve and protect the natural resources on farms, ranches, and private non-industrial forests. Paul oversees Fish and Wildlife Service programs in California, Nevada, and the Klamath Basin of Oregon, implementing federal law and policies including the Endangered Species Act and Migratory Bird Treaty Act. He leads the region's 50 national wildlife refuges, 3 national fish hatcheries, and 13 fisheries and ecological services field offices. For the next 30 minutes, we are going to have a conversation about a vision for fish and wildlife. In particular, Carlos and Paul are going to share with us their thoughts about the role private land partnerships can play in the Sacramento Valley to improve habitat for the region's species. Both of their agencies are actively involved in programs and fund projects to improve the habitat values on private lands. Welcome, Carlos and Paul.
Thank you, Todd. Welcome, and thanks for allowing us to speak today at the NCWA annual meeting. Appreciate it. We're looking forward to the conversation with my good friend, Paul.
Yeah, thanks so much for the opportunity. We wish we could be all together, but COVID is still with us. But every day is a good day when I get to hang out with Carlos.
Thank you. I'm here.
Thanks, guys. Well, let's get right into it. To start out, the Everglades Restoration Program is often identified as a model for addressing any one of a number of habitat restoration efforts in Northern California. Earlier in your careers, you two worked together in Florida in the Everglades. Based upon your experiences, are there lessons you learned implementing that program that would be helpful as we implement large-scale restoration projects in Northern California?
So, Paul, I'm going to let you start, and I'll follow.
That's great. Yeah, I was trying to remember, Carlos, when we first met each other. I spent time in the Everglades from 2005 to 2011. And I know we overlapped for at least, 3 years? When did you get to Florida?
I got to Florida in 2008. So definitely was between 2008 and 2011.
Yeah. Well, I'll start by saying NRCS is my favorite federal agency, maybe my second favorite after the Fish and Wildlife Service. Just an unbelievable connection to farmers and ranchers. And I think Carlos and I share the same philosophy. The best thing we could do for conservation is keeping farmers farming and ranchers ranching and having vibrant economies and communities around rural parts of the country. The Everglades is very near and dear to my heart. I spent a lot of my formative years down there and learned the art of partnerships. People think about Everglades restoration. I think it is the flagship ecosystem restoration project in the country. And what's fascinating about it is it's more than just ecosystem restoration. That's definitely at the top of the marquee. But the real beauty in Everglades restoration is it's about common ground and compromise. So it's also about providing water supply for burgeoning coastal populations and farming and ranching in Florida. It's about flood protection. It's as flat as a pancake in Florida. So whenever you talk about moving water, you've got to talk about protecting property. And also it's about ecosystem restoration. So it's a classic example of how people put their differences aside. These different factions are often fighting on a case-by-case basis, but they decided to put their differences aside and come together around things that they cared about. That's water supply, that's clean and healthy environment, that's helping people, that's making sure farmland and ranch land is strong. And they convinced the state and the country to spend $20 billion over 30 years. So it's something that's bigger than any one individual interest, and it's the beauty of compromise. When I think about California, the Sac Valley, the San Joaquin, and the Bay Delta, sometimes I think we need professional help. We need an impetus to be able to come together around common interests and set our differences aside. So the Everglades is a real lesson for us in how differences of opinion and competing views sometimes are actually a great strength if you can just marshal the will to get together and find common ground.
So Paul pretty much hit all the high points on this, and he said it very well. When I arrived to Florida in 2008, and just got engaged into not only the conservation of the great state of Florida, the first thing that was brought to my attention is this thing called Florida Everglades Restoration, and how our agency, along with many other federal, state, regional agencies like the water management districts, which in Florida there's 5 water management districts, which have a huge, not only funding, but a lot of focus on water quantity, water quality, and so forth. And in particular, the South Florida Water Management District and the Southwest Florida Water Management District were kind of the key partners on the Everglades restoration. It was the looking at how our agency, a non-regulatory agency, federal agency, non-regulatory, working with Paul, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which have regulations, have in their programs some things that are regulatory, working together and actually getting the main partners on this, the farmers, the ranchers, forest land users in Florida, to follow through with our programs and understand that, hey, we are here to honestly help you restore the Everglades or the Northern Everglades, restore your land. And in particular, in our case, utilizing our wetland reserve program funding, which we almost invested $500 million, $500 million in programs, working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, working with entities like Florida Cattlemen Association, working the water management districts, working with the government, with the state of Florida to make that happen. And the key was partnership. You talk about lessons taught, and if anything, I think you heard Paul said it very well, was partnerships. How do we partner and bring our resources, and not just financial resources, technical resources, communication and so forth, to the forefront, and find common ground, look for common ground so that we can provide that assistance. And that, to be honest with you, it wasn't just the funding, it was that communication, that partnership that made the Everglades restoration program very successful and continue to be successful to this day.
If I could just add a little bit more on that, I'll give you one specific example. Another parallel with the Everglades and the Sacramento Valley and the San Joaquin and the Bay Delta is threatened and endangered species are pervasive. Mm-hmm. And one of the charismatic megafauna in the Everglades is the Florida panther. Species almost went extinct. We had about 20 or 30 left in the wild and had to take some pretty unbelievable steps to get that population strong again. People don't know this about Florida, but it's, I think, the #1 cow-calf operation state in the country. So ranching is a huge issue in the Everglades. And for definition's sake, the Everglades start just south of Orlando and extend all the way down through Lake Okeechobee into the famous River of Grass, Everglades National Park to the south. But Florida panthers rely on that ranch land. The most important thing we could do to protect Florida panthers is to keep ranchers ranching. And a lot of that area, Naples, Fort Myers, it's developing. So a lot of that ranch land had been lost to suburb expansion. Carlos's strength, the strength of NRCS was so powerful because of that wetland reserve program. He was able to find $500 million, found some creative ways to take money from other states that couldn't spend it. And we were able to do big things together, protecting panthers and a massive amount of ranch land in the Everglades headwaters. And again, it's a classic case of how ranching and threatened and endangered species conservation are one and the same. Those ranches are continuing to ranch. They have permanent easements, and they're also providing that habitat for Florida panthers. They will not be lost to urban development. So I'm really proud of that time.
Absolutely, Todd. And just one final thought on that. And I appreciate Paul bringing the Florida panther to the conversation, because it was U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NRCS, Army Corps of Engineers, the Nature Conservancy, and the Florida Cattlemen's all working together to make that happen. We acquire, as an example, a plot of land that was critical to make. It was like a bridge, literally a land bridge between the southern part of the Everglades and the northern part of the Everglades, where that Florida panther will roam. And because of our investment, because of our engagement, we were able to acquire that land, protect it on the easement, make it part of the whole natural preserve that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has, and it was critical. And it shows when partners and where there's will, it can happen. So I'm glad that Paul brought that up, because it's one of those projects that I have dear to my heart.
Yeah, a career moment for sure.
Great, thank you. Boy, the partnerships are so critical, right? I think we're learning that more and more all the time, and just bringing on new partners into what we're working on. So thanks for that. That's really informative. Next, in the Sacramento Valley, we're attempting to manage water and land resources year-round to benefit birds, fish, as well as grow crops and provide water for local communities. Both of your organizations have partnered in projects to make this possible. What do you see as opportunities to further improve this year-round management in the region, and what role can working lands play?
So let me, if I may start on this one, and I know Paul has a lot of good examples that where we're collaborating, but it is an excellent question, Todd. And parallel to what we talk about the Everglades, when you look at the San Joaquin Valley, you look at the Delta, you see a lot of parallels. One of the things that NRCS has been doing in the past several years is protecting the tricolor blackbird. Tricolor blackbird is a state protected species that we have used funding not only from from NRCS, but also from organizations like Audubon Society, and also the dairy producers, to protect that very critical bird and very critical habitat. Also, in the southern part of the state, we have put a lot of investment on protection of Southwest willow flycatcher. And also, I'd be remiss if I don't mention the work that we are doing in the northern part of California, working with the rice producers to allow to create, using rice fields, allow to create habitat for migratory birds. Those are few examples of the great work that we are doing with our, again, stressing partnership with our farmers, with our ranchers, forest users, with our other federal agencies like Paul's, and other organizations like Audubon Society, and dairy producers, to protect the habitat, to create habitat, and utilizing our programs like EQIP, to make the environmental quality incentive program, to provide financial assistance to create that. This year in particular, with the 2018, well, it's not so new now, but the 2018 Farm Bill, there is a provision under EQIP that provides incentive payments. And so we're going to use 10% or dedicate up to 10% of our funding to provide incentive payment. And our focus is going to be on pollinators. And we have been coordinated with our great friend, Secretary Karen Ross, on promoting this and utilizing these funds to target areas in the San Joaquin Valley for creating more pollinator habitat. Also, and focusing on soil health, which has been paramount not only for our state agencies, but also for the federal government. But like that, all of that have always seen a common denominator. I have conversations with Paul about all this, and vice versa. How can we, NRCS, continue our enhancement on those habitats, but also how can U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service can support us in that effort as well.
I think that's well said. I really value all of those examples, and we're right at the table with NRCS and partners. The Central Valley is such a fascinating place. The Bay Delta too. There are really kind of different problems in different parts of the Central Valley. The San Joaquin with Sigma coming, the potential for significant fallowing of farmland. It's relatively water poor compared to the Sacramento Valley. The Sacramento Valley, there's just something special about it. It helps to have more water, truthfully. And there's just a sentiment in the Sacramento Valley about getting things done, finding solutions. We talk a lot about fighting over water in the West. And the Sacramento Valley, I think, is the gold standard in terms of trying to find solutions and work through a host of very difficult questions. We have a very deep relationship with farming and ranching in the Sacramento Valley. Rice farming, as Carlos mentioned, critically important for our migratory waterfowl and birds of all kinds. We've got about 50,000 acres of refuge lands in the Sacramento Valley and hundreds of thousands of acres in rice. Honestly, we need to keep that rice production going. I worry a little bit when I hear of some conversion of some rice lands. People that know the Sacramento Valley understand how important it is for birds. When the migratory flyway comes down to wintering grounds in California, they spend their days in the refuge complex and then they fly off and go to rice fields to feed at sunset. So it's really unbelievably important wildlife habitat. What can we do to advance it even more? I think that's the essence of your question, Todd. My sense is that there are tremendous tools in California. I've had the chance to work in Washington, D.C., as we've talked about, also in the Everglades. I've had the chance to see a lot of other conservation stories across this country. And I don't think there's any place that has as much capacity for conservation as California. Our state partners are just unbelievable stewards and advocates for environmental conservation. We have a public that cares deeply about a healthy environment. I don't think capacity is really the limiting factor. Sure, we need more. We'll get to some of that a little bit later, I suspect. But making sure we're using all the tools that we can in the most targeted way, I think, is critical. That's Carlos's unbelievable portfolio of conservation mechanisms. It's the Fish and Wildlife Services. It's the strength of the water districts in the Sacramento Valley. It's the farmers and ranchers. It's the state's proposition funding. It's the promise of the voluntary agreements. I just hope we can get those done. We can create another 1.5 billion of capacity for restoration, and finding ways to channel all of this to the most important priorities for the Sacramento Valley, I think, is going to be the key. So I do think on occasion we can have disparate activities, and coordinating them more with a real focus on what's going to get the best bang for the buck for the environment is something I think we can do better.
If I can add to Paul, and just because I think it's very important that I stress what Paul just said about the essence of the question, and that is basically continue to work together. We recognize, both U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, ourselves, we recognize the sensitivity of water issues in the state, in the Sacramento Valley, San Joaquin, and other parts of the state, and especially in the Sacramento Valley. We recognize how sensitive that is. And I totally agree with Paul, what he said on whether we have the resources. The resources, I believe the resources are there. We just have to continue the discussion and the dialogue. And that is an important part. And, it might sound simplistic, but it's the essence. It's having that conversation. Not only bringing those partners that we mentioned, and I'd be remiss again if I don't mention a very key partner or a series of partners in California, our tribal nations. They are key too to make this happen, along with our farmers, other farmers, ranchers, forest land users. For all these entities, non-government organizations, environmental organizations, being all of them on the table, you say, what are the resources that we have? What are the challenges? What can U.S. Fish NRCS can do? What can Paul can do from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service? and then just put that together. It's not going to happen with a switch, turning on a switch, but it can happen, and it will take time. But it's the coordination, and having that coordination and that communication is definitely critical and the key to all this.
Great, thank you. We touched a little bit on the Pacific Flyway in the prior question, but just getting a little more specific, it's described as the ecological success story of our generation here in California. And private land partnerships provide a large portion of the acres of habitat that create the flyway in the Sacramento Valley, as you both mentioned. Both of your organizations are driving forces in creating this habitat on private lands. What can be done to protect the lands currently providing habitat? And are there additional opportunities to increase the habitat acreage and or the values of habitat in the region?
Yeah, Carlos, let me take a first crack at this one, and then I'll pass it to you.
Absolutely.
Well, first of all, like I said, irrigated agriculture is the foundation with the refuge system of the Pacific Flyway. And we take deep pride in that fact. The private land and the refuge lands work hand in glove to support these birds. If you look across the country, birds are in crisis. And the one exception to the rule is the flyways. And I think it's a testament to the thoughtfulness of the creation of the refuge system. The first waterfowl refuge ever created by the Fish and Wildlife Service was in 1908, Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge, Northern California. And it was a flagship, and it remains a flagship, especially when water is available. That's the key. But the interconnection is just so critical between irrigated agriculture and bird conservation. It's the one exception to the rule of the bird crisis that we're facing in this country. And we're really proud of that. And I think we need to do everything in our power to continue to cultivate that partnership. And as I mentioned, bringing all these different tools together, Carlos's amazing capacity. I didn't mention the Land and Water Conservation Fund yet, but last year the Congress passed permanent annual appropriations for the Land and Water Conservation Fund, $900 million for the country. Half of that probably will go to the Park Service, half of that to the Fish and Wildlife Service. So this is yet another tool where we can purchase interest in land and or water, finding ways to help rice growers and farmers and ranchers broadly in the Sacramento Valley with easement dollars. Carlos's suite of tools is right there. The Land and Water Conservation Fund will be another powerful force for conservation good. The voluntary agreements, and we're talking $1.5 billion if we can get them done. I applaud the governor and his leadership around getting the voluntary agreements completed. It will be a wonderful day for California's conservation future if we can make that so. So bringing these tools together with a thoughtful, forward-looking plan is I think, the answer to your question, Todd. We need to find ways to keep farmers farming and ranchers ranching, and if we do, the birds will be fine.
And thank you, Paul. And Paul just gave me an excellent segue on keeping farmers farming. What we do as an agency when we provide conservation is to allow those producers to continue farming, to continue doing it in a sustainable manner, protecting the environment, protecting the natural resources. Because at the end of the day, those natural resources are the ones that are feeding the nation, are the ones that are feeding the world. I always, when I talk with friends and other colleagues, and I brag about our state, and our state, this fact that said if we were a separate nation, we would be the number 5 economy in the world. And also the fact that we are the number 1 ag state, not only in the nation, but I will say, one of the top 5 in the world as well. That didn't come by chance. That didn't happen by chance. That happened because our farmers, our ranchers, our forest land users are cognizant of protecting those resources and understand the interaction between our resources and also wildlife habitat. And I want to use that as an example, as a segue to the work that we have done with the rice growers in the state. For the past 15 years, rice growers came to the table and said, we want to continue farming. We're going to continue farming, but we definitely want to continue doing it in a sustainable manner, but also understanding. And they understood and understand and understood then and understand now very well how the rice fields can act as fields to enhance wildlife habitat. So we have been working with them to that matter, and with an outstanding success in protecting migratory birds, allowing the flyway to go through those rice fields, benefit from the habitat that is being created. So to that, using that as an example, we can continue doing the same thing along with other crops in other areas, utilizing our easement programs as an example. NRCS, just the same way as we did in Florida. We can do similar things here in California, utilizing easements, wetland reserve easements, also the farmland preservation or the agricultural lands easement programs to protect that land and make it not only sustainable for farming, but also sustainable for wildlife habitat. And again, working with all our partners. And I keep stressing the word partnership because Paul cannot do this by himself. I cannot do this by ourselves. We just can't. And even if we join our forces, we still have a lot of gaps and opportunities. And that's why partners are key. Our farmers, ranchers, forest users, resource conservation districts, which I haven't mentioned, and they are one of our top partners on this. Government agencies like CDFA, Department of Conservation, who an excellent partner to us. Wade Crawford and the Department, Secretary Crawford and the Department of Natural Resources. Carla Namath with Water Resources, all those agencies, state and federal agencies working together to make this happen. And I know it can be done. Paul and I have no questions about that it can be done.
I'll just echo it. We have a wonderful partner in the state of California, Wade, Chuck, Carla. We're on speed dial, and the relationship between the federal and state government is just so important and powerful. And I really believe the future is bright.
All right. Well, welcome back, Paul. Unfortunately, you lost power there at Cottage Way, but I'm glad you're able to use your phone and make it work. So thanks. It's kind of the era that we're living in right now. We've got to make do with what we have.
So the best laid plans. It's just sort of a freakish moment. We lost power in the entire building at Cottage Way, but we will persevere.
Well, welcome back. And boy, it was interesting because I was just doing a plug for the Sacramento National Wildlife Refuge's auto loop when the power went out, and just wanting to make sure that the annual meeting attendees, if they haven't gone up to see it, that they give it a look, because it's just such an incredible asset in the valley. So thanks.
That's a fact. We still have a lot of birds there, although they're heading home to their breeding grounds. Great.
Well, thanks. Well, we're moving now just to the last question that I have for you guys today. It's in regards to floodplain reactivation, something that's, we're all actively engaged in the Sacramento Valley. And, recent studies funded by your organizations have contributed to the science identifying the value of floodplain reactivation in the Sacramento Valley on both the wet side of the levees, in the bypasses and along the river channels, and on the dry side of the levees in what was part of the historic floodplain and now is agricultural land and managed wetlands. While the value of these lands to birds has been known for a while, we now are developing a better understanding of the value to fish, particularly to migrating Chinook salmon. Looking forward, what role do you see for your agencies in advancing the science and increasing the utilization of these lands?
So if I can take a stab and allow, and I know Paul has a lot on this subject as well, but one of the things, first, we have been working, and I mentioned the rice, but also we have working with partners to promote the use of salmon, or actually use the land to increase the number of salmons and raising salmons in those floodplains. And we are in I believe, the second year, going into our third year of the study. And the study has shown a lot of promise as far as what can be done using those floodplains to raise salmon in the Sacramento Valley and those floodplain areas. And we're looking forward to once the study is completed, because I think it's going to yield a lot of great information that it can be utilized to not only formulate policies, but also formulate programs that can assist in that endeavor. The other thing is, from NRCS, we have programs, conservation programs that have been utilized very successfully in other parts of the nation and here in California as well. In Sacramento Valley, I see it as a prime for that, and that is our watershed program, where we look at a watershed. We take the watershed approach and look at the resources. What are the resources needs in that watershed? What are the opportunities that that watershed offers? And how can we bring all those together so that we can address those resource concerns, whether it's migratory birds, whether it's water conservation, utilizing better utilization of the water to redistribute the water across the floodplains and so forth, to make it available for farmers and ranchers for farming. And even air quality as an example that can be also being addressed on that. In addition, we have the Farm Bill, the 2014 Farm Bill created the Regional Conservation Partnership Program. And that is a program within a conservation program within the Farm Bill that allows partners and the federal government, in this case NRCS, to bring one-to-one match of funding, or one-to-one or more funding, to target a specific part of the state, whether it's a watershed, it can be a county, it can be a small area that has a significance to the state or multi-state. And we envision seeing a lot more projects coming through the RCPP program that can target watersheds like the Sacramento Valley. So that is an area that I'm very excited to see our partners coming together with and applying for this program, with NRCS supporting those efforts, where we can target the Sacramento Valley and look at those resource concerns, and in this case, the Sacramento Valley, the water conservation, water quality that it offers. Paul?
Well, I think that's well said, Carlos. And, I've got to tell you, if I had to pick one exciting landscape scale conservation concept for California, it would be revitalizing floodplains in the Sacramento Valley. And that's saying something. California is a beautiful state. We've got gorgeous deserts and big mountains and big rivers and an unbelievable coastline, beautiful beaches, rocky coasts as well. So it's hard to pick and choose. But the energy around revitalizing floodplains in the Sacramento Valley, I think, is unparalleled. And because of the wonderful partnerships we have with farmers and ranchers and communities in the Sacramento Valley, I think we could go fast. We've all known for a long time the important relationship between farms, ranches, and bird conservation with our refuges and all of the partnerships that we have across government and non-government. But there is a growing clear understanding that revitalizing floodplains could help us with one of the hardest conservation questions we face in this great state, and that's recovering salmon. The late, great Steve Thompson, he sat in this chair, a couple of regional directors before me, before he passed on far too early. He would say, Paul, all we need is $1 billion. If we can restore the floodplains in the Sacramento Valley, knock down those levees, spread the water across the landscape, slow it down, we can recover salmon. Can we do that, Paul? Just $1 billion. So I think we probably need more than $1 billion, but his sentiment is right on. And it just makes sense. When you restore floodplains in a way that is compatible with continued farming and ranching, you're going to do things that help the environment in a very significant way. Floodplains are among the richest habitats that we have for species of all kinds. They help birds, they help mammals, and they're critically important for fisheries. So now we really are turning the corner from not only recognizing the value of the Sacramento Valley to our birds, but also to seeing how floodplain revitalization with willing partners can help us with the hardest problems that we face for our fisheries. That in tandem with our hatcheries and the work that we're doing with the state of California and so many others. The voluntary agreements, again, could be an engine for conservation with Carlos's portfolio, with the Land and Water Conservation Fund, with potential proposition funding from the state. We could get big things done fast in the Sacramento Valley and help to address one of the thorniest challenges that we face in conservation in California, and that's the plight of our fisheries.
I want to say something to that effect, and it's to reemphasize Paul's point. We had a former chief, good friend of mine, Dave White, and when Dave was chief of the agency, he created the landscape initiatives. And one of the reasons why he created landscape initiatives in the agency was because he, and I totally agree when he said that, it's like, wow, yeah, it makes total sense. As an agency, we were known to do really good random acts of conservation. You know, we put practice here, practice there, work with a few farms here and there. Yet, and we were doing great, and we're doing great work. There's no question about that. But we needed to look more landscape and more of a watershed approach. And to Paul's point, this is definitely an example of how you can take resources. How can you take the partnership, the resources that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NRCS, brings to the table, and other entities, local, state, other federal agencies, and put them in a very important landscape, not just to California, because this is the other thing. The reason why the Everglades was so successful is because the Everglades wasn't just Florida. It was the nation. Same with the Sacramento Valley. Sacramento Valley is not just California. It's our nation. It has a relevance and importance to the nation and to the nation's food supply and to the nation's resources. That's why we, Paul and I, are so passionate about it, because we know that leveraging our resources and providing support, we can make that happen.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Carlos. It was a reminder. Chief White, when he was in charge of NRCS, such a card. I'm sure he still is in his retirement doing some consulting work. But I'll tell you a funny story. I was in DC. I was the deputy assistant director for the endangered species program at the time. And I remember having a meeting with Chief White and our director at the time, Dan Ash. And Chief White came into our conference room and he said, "Hello, my name is Chief White from the NRCS, a wholly owned subsidiary of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service." And you know, the point that he was making is that what you said, Carlos, that, you know, our strength is when we can channel our priority work and the capacity that NRCS has and the relationships they have with farmers and ranchers to things that matter. So we created a program called Working Lands for Wildlife, where we identified species and ecosystems that we wanted to prioritize because they mattered to farmers and ranchers, they mattered for wildlife conservation, they mattered to NRCS. And we were able to create real synergy. We did it in the Everglades, $500 million because of Carlos's magic. We can do it in the Sacramento Valley. I really believe the future is bright. We're at a moment in time right now where we can move beyond the acrimony that we've seen too often in recent years and create real speed for conservation and keeping working lands vibrant in a way that is going to open up recovery for fisheries, in addition to providing the benefits that we've seen for birds. I think we've got a real chance over the next few years to go very fast and to be part of something special in the Sacramento Valley. The Sacramento Valley is the place we can go fastest, most quickly. And the challenge that I think we have is we need to make sure we can identify the priorities. What are the most important things that we want to invest in the next 3 to 5 years? Everglades was brilliant, and I believe it is the most successful ecosystem restoration effort in the world for many reasons, because, again, common ground, people put their differences aside and decided to work as partners. and work on shared goals and get them done, and convincing the country that this is a priority. And by the way, 67 projects that were identified that were the most important ones to restore the integrity of the Everglades from headwaters to the Florida Keys. So we need a Sacramento Valley plan where we can identify the top 25 projects and be in a position with science to determine, once we get them done, the benefits that we're seeing. So that's our challenge. We need to take the next step and be more specific, and then take advantage of this tremendous moment in time to go as fast as we can for conservation and farming and ranching.
Totally agree with everything that Paul said.
Well, great. Well, thank you both. Thanks for rolling with the punches today with the technology and the electricity going out. And thank you for taking time to discuss a vision for fish and wildlife with us today. I look forward to our continued work as partners in the Sacramento Valley on projects and programs that we discussed here today. So thank you again.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it. And thank you, Paul, for, again, having so much fun talking about our passion for conservation.
Yeah, it's always a good day when I get to hang out with Carlos, like I said at the beginning. And I'll just say thank you to everyone in the Sacramento Valley. Thank you for your partnership. Let's get big stuff done. I think we can. I know we can.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos and Paul and Todd. Very, very interesting. Great ideas that you're covering for us. Thank you so much.
It is my great pleasure today to announce the 2021 Innovative Water Management Award. As we explore ridgetop to river mouth water management in the Sacramento Valley, it is now my great honor to present the NCWA Innovative Water Management Award, which is given to an individual or organization that has demonstrated innovation and creativity in advancing water management in the Sacramento Valley. Past recipients of the award were Joe Scalmanini, Fran Borcali, Walter Cotter, Max Sicato, the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors, Paul Barkowitz, Grant Davids, River Garden Farms, and the Butte Creek Water Users. Quite an amazing group of folks. This year's recipient of the Innovative Water Management Award is Kurt Akins, who has managed water from ridgetop to river mouth for the past 2 decades as the general manager of the Yuba Water Agency. In this role, he led efforts to improve both flood protection and water supply reliability for the residents of Yuba County, and he has worked with many partners throughout California. In the following video, Kurt will describe this work in more detail and his proudest accomplishments over the past several decades. I have had the pleasure to work with Kurt on many of these issues, where he was always looking forward to make Yuba County and the Sacramento Valley a better place. We are very fortunate in the Sacramento Valley to have worked with Kurt Akins and his leadership on innovative, multi-benefit water management from ridgetop to river mouth. Congratulations, Kurt. This is a great honor, and thank you for all you've done for Northern California.
Hello, my name's Kurt Akins, and I'm the past general manager of Yuba Water Agency. For me, work has been about making a difference. In reality, there should be 24 other people up here with me, because it's not about my work, but teamwork that accomplished so much for the Yuba Water Agency and the people of Yuba County. Special thanks go to my wife Sharon and my daughter Emma for being so supportive of my work. Yuba Water is truly a remarkable agency. It was created by visionary leaders over 50 years ago from a small county with a large disadvantaged population and limited wealth. They built a 1 million acre-foot reservoir with 400 megawatts worth of generation for the purposes of improving flood protection and water supply for the people of Yuba County. Above that, they set a culture that we embrace today of taking on great challenges with success. The accomplishment I'm most proud of is in flood protection. The 1986 and 1997 floods took lives, took property, and devastated our economy. Through the work of state, local, federal partners and NGOs, we were able to invest over $500 million into our levees, and now we're on the verge of being the first community in the Central Valley to have a 200-year level of protection. The agency's biggest water challenge came in the year 2000. This was my first year as general manager. This is when the state board issued a water rights decision that wiped out our water supply reliability and wiped out our major source of revenues. Through the work of our excellent consultants, we were able to create the nationally acclaimed Yuba Accord, which now serves as a model for solving water issues instead of going to court. This resulted in increased fishery flows for the fish on the Yuba River, use these increased flows for the purposes of water transfers, and above all, retained our water supply reliability. With the foundation of the Yuba Accord, we took a holistic approach for investing in our future. In the upper watershed, this started with forest health programs to increase our water supply and reduce fire risk. At Bullards Bar Reservoir, it's the planning of a secondary spillway to further reduce flood risk in this era of climate change. We also put the foundation together for a favorable FERC license and built upon it with the voluntary agreement proposal that we have for the state. We invested in our employees, and I believe we now have the best set of employees to carry us into the future. We took a holistic approach to our water management downstream, where we conjunctively manage our surface water supplies and our groundwater supplies for the benefit of people of Yuba County. And we've invested in the education of the youth with water education programs for grade school students and a water education center. All this put together is designed to build a more vibrant economy for Yuba County in the future. In closing, I'd like to thank all those who played key roles in making a difference for the people of Yuba County. It starts with the board over 20 years that provided the vision, the guidance, and the trust in me. And then there's the consultants who are more partners in our business than consultants. And last but not least are the champions outside the agency that saw the mission of the agency, believed in it, and helped us make a difference. My only regret is that I'm not here in person with all of you to say thank you and goodbye.
And now, another message from Bryce Lundberg.
Man, one of these days I should use these clubs. Man, look at that, it has no wear on it. Ha! But it still has the price tag. Golly, I paid $29.95. Tailor-made burner, 3-wood. Well, that's a pretty good one. I expect to use it sometime. Well, you know, Moses, Jesus, and an old man, one day they went golfing. And they just teed off. And you know, Moses went first. And he hit the ball, and it went right for the water. And just as it was going to hit the water parted. The ball hit the bottom of the pond, and it rolled right up onto the green. Amazing. Well, then Jesus got up there and was going to hit off, and son of a gun, he hit the ball, and it went right for the water. And just as it was going to go in the water, it didn't. It just skipped along the top of the water, right up onto the green. A miracle. Well, then the old man got up there and hit the ball. And he hit the ball, and it went right for the water. And just as it was going to go into the water, a fish jumped out and caught the ball. And just then, an eagle came down and caught the fish and started flying away. And then lightning hit, startled the bird, dropped the fish. Fish hit the green. The ball popped out right into the cup. Jesus looked at Moses and said, "Last time I bring my dad golfing." You know, it would take a miracle for me just to hit the green anytime. Ha. Yeah, hon. Yeah, I'll be home early. Sure. I can bring, hey, I gotta go. Love you. For our first conversation room today, focusing on the top part of our watershed, and that word watershed. Don't you hate that word watershed? I mean, really. We've got offices, we've got homes, we've got production facilities. We take great care of them. We've got sheds on our farm, and they're all dilapidated. I mean, who takes care of a shed? Let's call our watershed something like water palaces. I love that idea. Let's talk about our water palaces. Let me introduce Yuba Water Agency Director Brent Hasty.
Welcome to the Northern California Water Association annual meeting and our Headwaters and Forest Health panel. I've been in this game a long time, and back in the 90s, we talked about forest health and thought, wow, it really was hard to get through. And I think now, here we are in 2021, and forest health is at the top of the minds of many people. Today, we've got 4 people who really helped put it there as we're going forward. And so this morning we have Henry McCann from the PPIC. He's a research analyst for 6 years. We have Jay Ziegler with the TNC, the Nature Conservancy. He's been there a decade. Andy Fecco from Placer County Water Agency, who's the old timer on the job at 15 years. And Willie Whittlesey, the newcomer at 4 years. So I'm going to do their presentations. We'll have some questions in the end. Thrilled having this panel. These are truly the people who are the movers and shakers in headwaters and forest health management in our state. So Henry, take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm Henry McCann. I'm a research associate with the Public Policy Institute of California. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit public policy research organization, and the Water Policy Center focuses on the state's most pressing water management and policy challenges. I'm going to help get this conversation started today by presenting a high-level overview of headwater forest management issues based on our more in-depth work that we've been putting together over the past couple of years. The Sierra Cascade headwater forests are 5.5 million acres of mixed conifer forest on the west slope of the Sierra Nevada and Southern Cascade ranges, roughly between 2,000 and 6,000 feet in elevation. The map on the left marks this area in gold, and the forests are indicated in green. 2/3 of these forests are federally owned, indicated by the dark green color, and the remainder are private and other non-federal public forest lands. As this group knows, the region is critically important to the state's water grid, as around half of the state's surface water supplies originate in these mountains. In addition to water supply, the infrastructure in this region supports hydropower production, flood control, tourism and recreation, and aquatic ecosystems. The region also has very high wildfire risk and vulnerability to droughts and pests. This is in large part due to the fact that California's headwater forests have become more dense and simplified compared to their pre-European conditions. This change was in large part driven by the prohibition of frequent burning by indigenous communities, early timber harvest practices, and aggressive fire suppression. We're living with the consequences of these changes today in terms of more large, severe wildfires and susceptibility to widespread tree die-off during droughts. The overall goal of managing these forests today is to create more variation in terms of tree densities, openings, and tree sizes, which improves overall forest health. The management techniques that we can use to get there fit into 2 broad categories. On one hand, we have strategic use of fire, which includes the intentional setting of controlled fires, we call that prescribed burning, or managed natural ignitions, for example, lightning strikes, for resource benefits. We call that managed wildfire. On the mechanical side, we're referring to the use of mechanized equipment to remove live and dead fuels from forests, and this includes both mechanical thinning and, to a certain extent, timber harvest. We recently conducted some high-level accounting for how these techniques have been used in the region over the past decade. And the major takeaway from this work is that forest management is not scaling up fast enough to meet forest health goals. Experts suggest that reducing the spread of severe wildfire requires strategically treating and maintaining approximately 20 to 30% of forests in the landscape. By our accounting, forest managers have treated around 16% of forests over the past decade. But this overall trend masks some notable differences. For example, management on private forests is almost 3 times the rate of management on federal lands. There are also differences across the region, as only 8 in 24 watersheds have reached this target. Improving forest health can help protect water quality from post-fire erosion. So as heavy rains following large severe wildfires can rapidly wash sediment and debris into streams. And this can damage and impair water infrastructure and hydroelectric power generation equipment, It can also harm aquatic ecosystems. But post-fire erosion impacts can be uneven across a watershed. So to a certain extent, the large foothill reservoirs are somewhat buffered from post-fire erosion by smaller upstream reservoirs that capture sediment and debris. Large downstream reservoirs may also have more room to accommodate sediment and debris compared to smaller reservoirs, which can be easily overwhelmed by sediment. Every tributary has different levels of post-fire erosion risks and vulnerable assets. Another potential benefit of bringing forests back to health is augmenting water supplies. So preliminary research tells us that forest thinning reduces water demanded by trees on the landscape. This can increase runoff and headwater in wetter headwater tributaries. There's also some research indicating that thinning forests may actually improve snowpack accumulation and delay snowpack melting compared to dense closed canopy forests. Now, as forest vegetation grows back over time, lacking regular maintenance, it'll diminish these benefits to streamflows and snowpacks over time. So vegetation conditions must be maintained over time to maintain these benefits, theoretically. Also, in general, more research is needed on the duration and magnitude of this benefit in order to generalize at larger scales. There are several challenges to improving forest health, and I want to name some of the highest priority challenges from my perspective. The first is that there's a history of boom and bust cycles in public funding sources, namely state and federal funding sources, that doesn't align well with long-term forest stewardship needs, which may take a decade to bring back to health and even longer to maintain. So there's a real need to strengthen the portfolio of funding sources, including wood utilization and ecosystem services markets. There's also not enough infrastructure on the ground to support the workload. So there's a need for more sawmills, biomass utilization facilities, and cross-laminated timber plants to support a supply chain for woody biomass. And this will help offset the cost of management, to create economic incentives to pull fuels off of forests, and potentially create opportunities for rural economic development. Large forest management efforts happening up in the headwaters today are also finding it difficult to find the staff and personnel that they need for their forest health projects. So on one hand, that means there's a need for more planners and ecologists, but also on the other hand, there's a need for more folks on the ground with drip torches and chainsaws in order to get the job done. Finally, there's a need to navigate across a complex ownership patchwork, including a large dose of federal lands, while working through these aforementioned challenges. And this requires really strong coordination and alignment within partnerships. Finally, important pieces of the puzzle are coming together this year. And this illustrates how policy and partnership efforts are accelerating in the right direction. At the federal level, the Forest Service recently formalized their commitment to ramping up management efforts in a collaborative way. The state also committed to increasing their forest management work. And a few weeks ago, the California Forest Management Task Force published the state's first action plan for improving forest health on all lands. Complementing this plan is the governor's wildfire resilience spending package, which includes proposals for increasing state funding for forest health and extending the funding timeline on cap and trade dollars that support forest health projects. At the same time, there's also a growing link between water utilities and headwater forest management work. These utilities are working within the headwaters as integrators within their watersheds. They're working as advocates and project champions for forest health issues. And in some cases, they're also funding part of the forest stewardship work. So I hope to further explore this throughout the panel. And with that, I'll say thanks very much for your time.
Henry, I think you really teed this up nicely. And Brent, I just want to take a moment to thank you and all the NCWA leaders for the incredible work that you do in balancing meeting the water needs for people and agriculture, as well as integrating nature as part of that package. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you all virtually today. It'd be a lot nicer to be in person and roll up our sleeves together on all of this, but I really do welcome this opportunity to join this distinguished panel and really try to find a new path forward here in how we're managing integrating headwaters management with water management in California. And I'd like to turn to my presentation here, if I might. I'd like to just take a moment to talk about forests and why this work is so important. Our forests are our carbon sink in California. 30% of the carbon that we sequester, the equivalent of 200 million passenger cars on the road a year, is provided in our California forests. As you all know, it is also the source of 60% of California's developed water supply. It is close to an $8 billion travel and recreation industry, supporting 55,000 jobs in areas of California that really have not had the strong recovery that urban California has enjoyed. And fundamentally, the reason the Nature Conservancy is in this is these fires are not like fires that used to burn in our forest. Our fires today are mega fires. They consume 100,000, 200,000 acres at a time. In this past year, we experienced our first 1 million acre fire in California. And these fires destroy watershed values. They destroy wildlife and habitat values. They fundamentally alter soil types and regeneration for wildlife and freshwater habitat values across these areas that are burned. To just give you a picture of how dramatic these fire challenges have become, you can see that scope of the 4.3 million acre fires that burned in the redded zones in this graph in 2020. And so that's a 1 year capsule of what wildfires did in California last year. Then let's just look at the 20 years before. Those are the brown shaded areas, and thinking about the areas, again, like 1 year, 20 years, and 60 years here in the gray. And so you can see the urgency of this challenge and the magnitude that these wildfires are burning at in terms of destroyed forests, and what that means for all of us. And fundamentally, I think we all need to know, and we've learned this, and as you all know, the Nature Conservancy is a science-based organization. We don't jump into these decisions. We really work with partners, stakeholders, university academic scientists, PPIC, and others to really better understand what's happening on the landscape. And the truth is, because of the way industrial forest land was managed in the first half, well, really in the 18th century, most of the 19th century, even-aged cuts created a regeneration where our forests were even-aged rather than dispersed growth and multi-generational growth and a more complex forest environment that we all think of when we think about forests on the landscape. What I mean by that is you have this sort of fire suppressed area, the slide on the left, where you can see sort of all the trees the same size, they're overly dense, they're more subject to disease. That's why we have 150 million dead and dying trees in California. And then when you introduce fire, when you introduce selective cutting in an ecologically smart way, you wind up with a forest that is much more diverse, much greater spacing in the forest canopy, and diverse elevations across the forest. So you can really see just exactly the challenges that we're talking about there. And let me kind of share a little bit about how we came to this work in the Central Sierra as really being critical. I mean, we had a really robust communication with Placer County Water Agency in the wake of the King Fire. What can we do differently? What can we do differently that's good for those in Andy's agency to have more reliable, safe, clean drinking water supplies? What can we do that's better on the map? What can we do to avoid the next King Fire across the areas that we were managing? And so we as an organization looked at places where we got relationships, where we have done work on the ground. Independence Lake Preserve is a good example of that. That is a 2,800 acre preserve that I'd like to bring you all to as soon as we can do that. So just in a place of unprecedented beauty, we did a lot of active firework together with the University of California and other partners up there. So you see, so we started Independent Lake, that's 2.3 thousand acres. Then with the help of Placer County Water Agency, we've embarked on the French Meadows project. Then now with Brent and the North Yuba Water Agency, we're taking that to 275,000 acres. If you think back on the slide I just showed you in the Central Sierra, working together with the Tahoe Conservancy, the Forest Service, the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, Placer County Water Agency, CAL FIRE, other partners, we're taking that region in a multi-watershed basis to 2.4 million acres. And where we'd like to get to in California is really thinking about the next decade of treating 1 million acres a year in forest lands and scaling up this work. And this is what it looks like. This is where we started. This is from French Meadows work. This is the overly dense forest moving to much more complex forests with the introduction of thinning and controlled burns. And then scaling again to the Yuba partnership, 275,000 acres of active management. We are just super excited about this work that we're doing with you all. And then, as Henry noted, there is a huge role and a huge gap. We have the state moving the right direction. We have the feds beginning to take critical steps. We have tools in the toolkit, including a memorandum between the Forest Service and the state of California. But we really have to figure out how we more effectively utilize the biomass across the forest to more effectively provide a private sector catalyst that keeps everybody aligned and brings economic vitality and growth to the regions in a way that's really a lot more sustainable. So no one can do this alone. Recognizing that, the Nature Conservancy embarked on a project with Bain Consulting a couple of years ago. We want to share the work on that with you all. So I'm hopeful David will send you some links to that. We really, the Climate Catalyst Fund that is now under consideration in the state legislature becomes a really important part in incentivizing investment to use small-scale biomass, woody biomass for biofuels, for new wood products, and to really provide a more robust economic picture across the Sierras. And all of this, as you all know at NCWA, and are probably as good at as anybody on the map, all this depends on partnerships, multifaceted partnerships, stakeholders with different interests coming in from different angles to put this together. And we really do need to scale up this work dramatically over the next decade. And the outcome, if we can do that, is going to be higher reliability on safe, clean drinking water, higher reliability to not have regulators worried about water quality, worried about wildlife impacts, worried about loss of habitat, and what that also means for the sustainability, scalability of infrastructure that you all need for delivering water, that we need to do better on with the utilities in terms of delivering energy, and really putting the whole picture together, providing better outcomes for people and for nature, and for all of the NCWA partners out there. Thank you for this opportunity to join you today, and we look forward to rolling up our sleeves and working together on all this as we improve healthy headwater conditions that are really, really critical, both for water supply benefits as well as for nature. So thank you for your commitment to this, your innovation, your hard work. It's great to be partnering with you all in this.
Thanks, Jay. And Andy, you guys were the first. You kind of showed us the way. Why don't you tell us about it?
Sure. Thanks, Brent, and thanks for NCWA for having us. Yeah, unfortunately, we were the first. PCWA, Placer County Water Agency, we're located here. We're a countywide water agency throughout Placer County. But our headwaters for our water supplies for our customers and our hydroelectric operation
is really the entirety of the American River watershed that we share with the Sacramento Municipal Utility District and El Dorado Irrigation District. And yeah, we had to be the first. We had one of the most devastating wildfires ever in this watershed in the King Fire in 2014. And after we had the King Fire, my agency, my elected board of directors decided that we were going to try to do something to significantly mitigate the risk of catastrophic wildfire going forward. In 2014, the King Fire burned almost 100,000 acres in our watershed. And burned it really in a way that hadn't occurred before, at least in recent times, and burned it to a point that actually affected our water quality, dramatically impacted our hydroelectric generating facilities. And we wanted to do something about that. And it was really kind of a hard thing to start. Doing partnerships to collaboratively manage federal lands was something that wasn't really a thing back in 2014. And so we needed those partnerships that Jay talked about. And we managed to put together a partnership that really centered around a major municipal reservoir, French Meadows Reservoir, and a partnership that included the conservation community, of course, the Forest Service, the Tahoe National Forest, PCWA, but also the County of Placer, because of their unique position and being able to really drive the actual on-the-ground work. To hire contractors to thin the forest around our reservoir is really a key part of this partnership. And then folks like the American River Conservancy and UC Merced really provided a lot of the services on the surrounding private lands, as well as the research services that we needed to be able to document success and really to test hypotheses in this watershed scale work. But so why a water agency, right? And this goes to something that that David Guy and I have talked about, which is this idea of ridgetop to river mouth for a management, watershed management. And that is to say that what happens in the Sierra Nevada really affects water supplies throughout California. It's not segments, it's not silos, it's an entire picture that starts where snow falls at the very top of the Sierra Nevada mountains and then flows downstream through hydroelectric facilities in many cases, through storage reservoirs, through a flood control system in the Central Valley, and then down to the Delta and out the bay. That's one ecosystem, and what happens in one part affects what happens in another. And so really, as we think about forest management, it's really watershed management, and it's really part of the water management picture in California. I'm reminded that back in 2006, the Association of California Water Agencies did a series of videos with Huell Hauser, who many of us know and love, rest his soul. Huell came up to Placer County and said, what he figured out from that trip was we all live in a watershed. And I think that's really important as we think about what California's water future looks like. And how do we integrate forest management with flood control, with water supply, and with clean hydroelectric generation? That's really what we're trying to do. And so in that vein, in the American River Basin, we're doing a couple of things that sort of try to encapsulate the whole story. We have a concept in the American River Watershed called the Supershed, and it's really trying to connect the beneficiaries of a clean water supply that starts in the headwaters with the folks that use water downstream, downstream of our reservoirs, downstream of Folsom Reservoir, and the multiple benefits, right? So it's not just water supply, but as we deal with a warming climate, and we've seen a significant amount of warming in Placer County over the last 70 years or so, up to 3 degrees, which has reduced the number of days of frost, which means that the snowpack already is melting earlier, and the snowpack is not as heavy as it once was. We're trying to mitigate that stuff, but we're also trying to adapt to it. And so some of the work that Henry talked about of optimizing the forests for snowpack, right, to try to retain snow on the ground into the spring and into the early parts of the summer, What that does is it multiplies our reservoir storage space. It's our biggest reservoir is the snowpack. And if that snowpack shrinks, it makes operations for water supply and for flood control much more difficult. And so working with folks like the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, as well as the Regional Water Authority, what we're doing is demonstrating that we can manage our forested headwaters to try to retain snowpack and to manage runoff in a way that is more controllable for all of those beneficial uses. Let me also say that because we live in a managed ecosystem, we're managing, for flood control, water supply, but also for fisheries health. And the Lower American River is really an ideal situation to test this in. We have a rim dam at Folsom Reservoir that has a lot of tension on it. It's supposed to protect the people of Sacramento from catastrophic floods. We've come close to catastrophically flooding Sacramento on a number of occasions in the last 3 decades. And we think it's going to get worse, that flood risk, if we don't do something about it. And Folsom Reservoir also provides a water supply for not only the people of Sacramento, but they use just a small portion of the throughput, less than 10% of Folsom Reservoir. Most of the water that's developed in this watershed has other uses. It has uses for Bay Delta water quality. It has uses for farms in the Central Valley. And those are all important uses, and we need to maximize the use of Folsom Reservoir. But if our watershed isn't healthy above Folsom Reservoir, it enters the season, the storage season has to enter the season much lower, and then it can't fill as much. And when it can't fill as much, our cold water resources for maintaining our fisheries in the Lower American River really suffer. And so that watershed story, that forest health story, manifests itself for fisheries health, for water supply, and for flood control. And we think we can improve all 3 of those things. But agencies like PCWA, while we're the lead with Placer County on doing this work, this 28,000 acres of work that Jay mentioned, it's really difficult to do that alone. And I think that's why we're really excited about the state and federal partnership, the memorandum of understanding that the governor signed with the federal government last summer in August. But operationalizing that is going to take funding, and it's going to take collaboration and cooperation. Performing 1 million acres of forest treatments every year is a tremendously difficult lift, and it's much more than we're doing currently. And I think that water agencies, I really like the term Henry used, integrators. Water agencies are in a unique position because we live in these watersheds, because we try to manage these watersheds for multiple beneficial uses. We think we can be the cornerstone of a lot of these partnerships. And I know that UBA and PCWA have taken the lead effort in that, and Willie's going to talk more about that. But we think it's going to take water agencies throughout the Sacramento Valley really trying to take a leadership role in putting together partnerships, amalgamating monies, and then actually hiring contractors to do the kind of stewardship work we need to do, whether that's prescribed fire or mechanical thinning. We think we can do that. And we think that if we do this correctly, along with a bunch of other actions in the watersheds, things like spreading water in floodplains, new ways of thinking about flood control, re-envisioning habitat in the Central Valley. We think as part of a package, forest management makes a lot of sense for us to embrace here in the Sacramento Valley. And with that, I'll turn it over to Willie and look forward to his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. That was great. Well, Willie, we watched Placer, and now we're taking it on our own and going bigger. So tell us about what's happening on the Yuba watershed.
Hey, everyone. I'm Willie Whittlesey, General Manager of Yuba Water Agency. We've learned a lot from Henry and Jay and Andy about the importance of our forest resources and our watershed health and how it contributes to our water supply, our water quality and quantity, carbon sequestration, jobs, public safety. And I'm here to talk to you about how we get from, maybe no project proposed or small efforts in your watershed and scale up to the scale that is truly needed to really have an impact or a benefit in California. What you see on the screen here is an example of a watershed scale and the impact of wildfire on a watershed scale. And you'll hear about this in a minute from me, but right now, Yuba Water Agency is working with a bunch of others on the North Yuba Forest Partnership. It's a 275,000 acre project, and it encompasses the entire watershed of the North Yuba upstream of our major reservoir, New Bullards Bar. But what it also does is it compares the scale of last year's North Complex wildfire that burned just over a matter of a few weeks in the Feather River watershed. And this is an example of the scale of the fires we're seeing and these devastating, catastrophic fires. And, here we have a watershed that's just 4.5 miles away from what we think, our watershed is a major planning effort, 275,000 acres. And we're really trying to invest in this and plan an effort to treat this area. And then just in a matter of weeks, while we're in our planning process, the adjacent watershed, almost completely burned. So this is I'm just showing this to show you the scale we need to start thinking about. And you've heard from Jay and how they're ramping up from 2,300 acres to 9 million acres over a series of years. And I think we all need to work towards this effort. And I'm here to tell you about the effort the Yuba Water Agency has gone through the past few years to scale up. And it all started with our local Fire Safe Council, just a small entity working on small projects, pretty much rural residential areas, and getting good work done and really kind of building just the local collaboration and local education on what needs to happen. And then one day, Blue Forest Conservation came knocking on our door with a proposal. And this was like a proposal to really collaborate or really partnership with the Forest Service and start treating federal lands. And they had this really unique financing structure, the Forest Resilience Bond. And we struggled with it when they first proposed it. And it's really, it's a funding mechanism that gets money invested on the ground for forest treatments quickly, and it kind of cuts out the bureaucracy of waiting for grant reimbursement or the Forest Service budget cycle to go through, or even the state or local entity budget cycles to go through. And we didn't really understand it at first, but we analyzed the benefits of it. We realized that participating in this program would potentially benefit our water quality and quantity. It would also have a science aspect where they would study the increased water quantity that would be coming off of our forests and into our reservoir and downstream into the Sacramento River and the Delta over time by restoring our forests back to their natural condition. And so we justified it. We jumped in and we participated in a proof of concept project. It's a 15,000 acre project where half of the area, the 15,000 acres, is actually treated. And it went well. And I have to compliment our board of directors for making the leap and jumping into this type of a partnership. We were thinking it would catalyze, bigger projects, but we didn't know how fast, and we honestly didn't know if it would be successful. But as we were working through that project and actually getting work done on the ground, we started, looking for all other, funding mechanisms or partners. And the Healthy Forest Grant Program came through CAL FIRE, and we're working on the proof of concept project, and at the same time we're applying for grants for more of the private lands around our communities of Brownsville and Dobbins and Challenge. And we were awarded about a $5.5 million grant from CAL FIRE to go treat those private lands. So kind of my example here is there's no one recipe or no one way to do all this stuff. You just need to work in parallel and partner and collaborate and seek, multiple funding sources, multiple partners, and just see what can happen and move things along. And back to the Yuba project, the proof of concept project, what we found is it was very successful. The Forest Resilience Bond work, it brought together other collaborators. CAL FIRE funded part of it. The Forest Service is a partner and they funded part of it. But what really happened is it got people attracted to what we were doing and the unique funding aspect and the partnerships we were building. And it resulted in what you're seeing here on the screen, the North Yuba Partnership of 275,000 acres, a watershed scale effort. I never thought it would happen that fast. It was just a matter of a couple years. We're starting to plan on the watershed level, but that's really what we need to start working on is, entire watershed scale projects. So here I'm showing the North Yuba Forest Planning Project in total. And what you see here is you see the entire Yuba watershed. You see our pilot project in green in the northeast, and you see a project that we are hopefully going to kick off this summer called the Trapper Project. And what I want to explain here is it takes a patchwork of projects, and there's not a perfect plan to get this done. You know, we started on the North Yuba project in 2019, and now in 2021 we're going to be starting on the Trapper Project. And it was a project that was in planning with the Forest Service, and it was sitting on the shelf. And now that we're gaining momentum with all of these partners, here we are now implementing it on a larger scale. And we're also going through a planning effort to treat the entire watershed you see here shaded in yellow. The key here is our initial proof of concept project has spawned this partnership with all the entities you see on the right of the screen here to develop this watershed level planning effort. It has taken some time to get the planning effort underway, sign a memorandum of understanding, and really identify the objectives and what are the strategic areas we're going to treat, and how are we going to get through regulations and some of the other troubles that that Henry and Andy talked about. How are we going to train our workforce? How are we going to get enough people to work on these projects? Where is the biomass material going to go? Where are the saw logs going to go? But the reality is it's underway. And I want to just touch on the fact that there is no perfect recipe on how to get this done. The bottom line is we need to start somewhere, and it's okay to start small. We need to build collaboration, and we need to have an open mind on how we get this done. And there's no guarantee that we're going to be able to treat this watershed in the 20-year planning horizon that we have identified. But we're working towards it, and we're building momentum, and we're moving forward. And that's really the key here is working on a large scale, working in partnerships and collaborations, having an open mind. And remember, to get this done, it's going to take time, but we need to start somewhere, and we need to take bold action. That's all I have. I'm going to turn it back over to Brent for questions and answers.
Thanks, Willie. Yeah, we've got a few questions, but actually I wanted to ask one. I think that one of the things that I find most interesting about headwater management and forest management is sometimes it teaches us to love our enemies. And you've had to build partnerships with sometimes with people or organizations that your board may have fought with in the past. How has it been that you've been able to build these big partnerships? And do you think that it's the bigger the forest management, the bigger the acreage, the more partners you have to work in? And so anybody want to work on that?
I think it's not necessarily bigger regions mean more partners. It is, I think Willie described that really well. It's a situation response. You've got to take what is the risk factors, these fire safe councils, and ensuring that they're integrated so that we're working back from communities to protect them. I think it's a diverse kind of set of partnerships that are matched to meet the needs of the region. And I think one thing you've heard from all of us is that we really have to rapidly scale up the level of commitment to get this done in the next decade, and to recognize it's not done doesn't mean you're actually good. You have to keep that pace going. But I think that setting the right goals, let's get out, let's make sure that we're treating 1 million acres of forest land on the landscape each year for the next decade. We've seen a lot of momentum going that way. And now it's how do we keep building on these partnerships? The all lands approach, where feds are working on state lands, the state is working on federal lands, and we're using innovative new tools like the forest resilience bonds. It's going to be it's a formula that is going to be unique, and I think Willie described that really well. That it's just matching up different kinds of people assets, different kinds of funding assets, and making making the situation fit the interests and needs on the ground.
So Brent, that's a good question. And I have a simple answer, and that is that when you're facing an existential threat, you jump in the foxhole with whoever's around. And
Thanks,
really
Jay.
that's what this is.
Andy, did you start to say something?
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Did I lose you guys?
Brent may have lost us. Let me start over. So Brent, I have a simple answer on that, and that is that when you're facing an existential threat, you jump in the foxhole with whoever's willing to jump in with you.
That's great.
And I think that's what we're seeing. It's a two-pronged threat, right? We've got this sort of rapidly warming climate, and that's driving wildfires that the conservation community, for instance, would, at one time we had sort of, I think, petty disagreements sometimes about, things like spotted owls. But then it turns out that if you burn 4.5 million acres of forest land in California, you've got a real spotted owl problem, right? And so we've found alignments in places that we perhaps haven't had them in the past. And now that's allowing us to do not only the work, but also the research work. And look, this isn't a thing that we've got 100% solved. We're learning as we go. We're testing hypotheses. We don't know that we have the perfect solution right now. But I think the key thing when you're facing a problem of this size is you've got to start. Once you start, then you can learn. And once you learn, then you can scale up. And that's kind of where we are, is that learning to scaling up moment, in my view. And it's getting people interested, and more people are becoming interested, and those alliances are changing. And so I think it's more than just the value of the work on the ground, is the value of the partnerships that stretch not only from the headwaters, but now they're stretching into other part of the California's water picture, I think.
Hey, Brent, I'd like to chime in if I can. I am a professional forester. How I got in the water world, I don't really know, but I've been doing this forestry stuff for 25 years or so. And, back when I started, there was a lot of contention about just harvesting trees and really cutting any trees in the forest. And I think society and culture has changed over the years, and these mega fires are really, driving people's cultural decisions. But the reality is it's more accepted now to remove trees from the forest. And we all have a common interest here. And it's really, it's easier to align ourselves with those that we may have been in opposition with in the past on common interests like watershed health, and forest management. So while we may have been in opposition in the past, we're finding this common ground on forest health. And you know what? That really is actually helping us find common ground in other areas we're dealing with, whether it's, fisheries habitats or delta issues. It's really kind of bringing us all together. It's getting the good out of the bad in these mega fires.
Hey, Brent, can I add to that, if I may?
Absolutely.
Sure. I just wanted to focus really on the Forest Service for a moment and partnerships with the Forest Service. So this is a landowner, right? And the estimates are around, 2/3 of these mixed conifer forests up in the Sierra are owned by federal agencies. Most of it is the Forest Service. And the agency itself, over the last couple of years, has been really plagued in many ways by borrowing resources from proactive forest management, technical resources, administrative resources, and financial resources, and pulling them into the fire suppression effort, which has just been growing each year and growing more severe. And so really what these partnerships do is they help to fill those gaps in capacity using the talents and resources of external partners. And the Forest Service is moving towards and has moved towards setting themselves up for doing these partnerships effectively and leveraging outside resources. There's more work to be done there, but that's just a little overview of sort of the Forest Service perspective and how important it is to partner with those folks.
Thank you. So there are a lot of tributaries in the North and Central Sierras, and they're all flowing down as we're moving water. How are we going to, and we're looking at a group here is that we're mostly in the upper watersheds. We actually have some forest within our districts. And how are we going to bring in the downstream users as part of this program and to help them to get excited about headwaters and forest management?
Yeah, it's a great question, Brent. And I think that, one of the foundational principles that we hope to rely on going forward to get to the kinds of acreages that Jay mentioned is we're trying to get away from, I think, the boom and bust cycles of doing statewide ballot propositions that borrow money, and you get one slug of money and it might last you for 5 to 6 years, and then you're out of money again and trying to get another bond passed in the state. We just don't think that works. I mean, we think it works for some infrastructure, but we don't think it works for this ongoing need. And so, yeah, we're trying to, build a business plan here in the American River Basin that really looks to the 2.5 million people that are in and around the Sacramento region, and really addresses their needs for. I mean, let's be honest. One of the biggest drivers of the interest in forest management lately is smoke. Right, smoke in August, September, October, and now lately into November, as a health concern, and really that's what's gotten people's attention, and it's unfortunate that it's taken that. But really, can we figure out a funding strategy here locally for the beneficiaries of this watershed? People, these are the places that people go to visit all summer. They have cabins, they go camping, they go hiking. They understand the value of these watersheds, we hope. Can we get them to invest in it in a long-term way? And if you put enough people and customers in a place where they're able to fund, and you may start in a voluntary way, fund these efforts. It actually, you don't need much from every customer, every water customer, every electric customer on a monthly basis. If it all goes into a pot that funds these kinds of things, we think it can work. We're not there yet, but it's something that we're definitely exploring so that we have a constant stream of funding to be able to scale up to the kinds of places that Jay wants to go. And it's a hard thing. It's a hard conversation to have, but we're on the front end of it. And we think we can grow that conversation in the coming years.
Great.
Yeah. If Andy, I think you really nailed it there. I mean, it is this air quality crisis with air quality conditions in the Bay Area and Sacramento, and then now even down in Los Angeles in this past year, being among the worst in the world for days at a time. And it's really raised consciousness across the state that this is a bigger issue than just the back 40 trees burning. And I do think Andy's got it right. There's a role for the federal government to do more. There's a role for the state to do more. We really like this governor's proposal that identifies general fund money for the first time to do as an active forest management, that identifies greenhouse gas reduction funding for an ongoing contribution, as well as bond money. But we can't afford to put all the eggs in one basket. It's got to be a diversified approach. We need more federal buy-in for sure. We need to get the governor's budget approved this year, and we need to figure out ways to catalyze that investment of the private sector. It's hugely important in this. And this catalyst fund that the governor has in the budget is a really important step to do that. And I think hearing from you all that we got to get this done this year to then get to next year and the next 10 years. And but I really think Andy and Will have captured it. Andy and Willie really captured this well about the need to really tailor the partnerships in the right ways that meet the local conditions and interests, and we work up from there with everybody buying into the solutions.
Hey, Brent, I'll chime in and say, the folks on the Zoom here or the presentation here, we've started the process of attracting others' interests in what we're doing. We have projects that are happening on the ground. We can show our efforts are growing and building, and there's going to be federal funds, hopefully. There's going to be state funds, hopefully. But the reality is now we need to get our stories out, and more than just what we're doing today, get it out to the water community. We need to get it out to the public, and we need to have some of the media outlets that are racing to the fires and really reporting on the fires. We need to track them to our projects in the field and show them the forest that's untreated and the forest that is treated, right? And these are places they go, like Andy mentioned, up the Interstate 80 corridor to go to Tahoe, or up the 50 corridor. I mean, we have projects, or our partners have projects in these areas, and we just need to get it out there that this is the work that needs to be done. And it's starting and it's building and there's momentum, and it's really about educating, just the general public about it. But the point is we have good projects to showcase.
So as water agencies, we move water where it needs to go. But one of the things that in headwater management is there are going to be a lot of jobs up in our regions, up in areas that haven't had a lot of new jobs. So how do you guys see yourselves working as economic development directors and trying to get those companies in place? Because it's going to take a monumental job to get the companies that used to be there and the mills that we used to have. How are we as the water agencies trying to get this watershed development working? How are we going to contact the people who are going to have to do the projects and to figure out how to use the wood products to a beneficial use?
Well, I think, Brent, the biggest impediment that when I've talked to the industry folks, and obviously we've got folks under contract, that are working on our watersheds all summer long. When I talk to them, when I talk to folks like Sierra Pacific Industries, the number one impediment to investment is lack of certainty, right? And this is, again, we're in this building stage, right? But things like long-term master stewardship agreements that can guarantee a supply of either biomass or logs or fuel wood or whatever the product may be that these investors are looking for. You've got to have some certainty around that. Without it doesn't make any sense to make an investment, right? Because these are capital-intensive operations, right? Even things like harvesters and chippers, these are expensive pieces of equipment. And, the local folks, can't afford that unless they can amortize it over a payback period that makes sense. And so what we're trying to do here really is put together not only like the French Meadows project, but what's the next project look like? What's the one after that? Because the planning horizon, right? It takes a little bit of time to get through the planning and the environmental work on these things. And the more that our Forest Service partners, and I think they're doing a fabulous job at this, are looking, to these larger scale projects and doing larger scale environmental documents that we can fit these smaller projects under, it makes it so much easier to be able to tell a contractor, look, I've got 10 years worth of projects. You need to buy that piece of equipment. And, for the larger things like biomass facilities and sawmills, which we desperately need. I mean, we are desperate for those things. And it's unfortunate. Willie, you showed a map of what happened in the North Complex. A lot of that ground was private ground. A lot of those logs are going to be headed to the Lincoln log mill and to Oroville this summer. And that, SPI needs to get those logs milled because they're their logs, and that forces their hand. They can't take logs from places like the French Meadows project, right? There's simply not enough places right now to take, sort of low value timber or even high value timber in the Sierra. And it's really going to stifle us if we can't figure out this part of it.
Hey, Brent, I'd like to add that we need to make a rule in this presentation that you call on people and Andy doesn't just get to go first and answer all the questions accurately and specifically and in all the detail. I have all this stuff to say, but Andy says it all, but he's got it right. I mean, the first thing Andy talked about was boom and bust. We got to get out of the typical, timber sale that's a two or 3 year timber sale and you harvest, 1,000 acres and then you move on. And we really can do that by looking at the scale we're now talking about, looking at watershed scale and having these master stewardship agreements that are 20 years long, where an investor could come in and say, yes, I could build a biomass facility or a sawmill or some other facility and actually have it be financially viable over a 20-year period. I can't do that with a 2-year timber sale, right? So we're getting there. And, thanks, Andy, for stealing the thunder.
Well, I think we have reached our time. You guys did a tremendous job. I just want to thank you. NCWA really appreciates your leadership, and I can tell you the state of California appreciates it as we are leading the state and the nation in headwaters management and forest management. And so thank you all, and we'll see you at the rest of the conference.
Hey, that's great. Sierra Nevada Farm Trail Harvest Baltic Porter. Lager brewed with rice, almonds, and peaches. Dang, there's rice in the Sierra. Okay, right on. Hey, For our second conversation room today on our precious groundwater resources, I am pleased to introduce NCWA Second Vice Chair and Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District Director, Jim Mayer. Wow, there's rice in that Sierra Nevada.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jim Mayer. I'm a member of the NCWA Board of Directors, and I'm chairman of NCWA's Groundwater Management Task Force. The theme of this year's conference is Ridgetop to Rivermouth, and this is one of 3 conversations exploring dimensions of that geography. One of these discussions focuses on forest health and the headwaters. Another one of these conversations examines the relationship between runoff and the valley landscape, the reactivation of our floodplains. And this conversation follows that water not only toward the river mouth, but as it soaks into our fertile soils. Groundwater has long been an essential resource in the Sacramento Valley, and in many ways we've been good managers and stewards of that resource. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act challenges us local water and land managers to take the next step in planning and organizing and management to secure that resource for future generations and to protect the environmental and social values as well as the economic ones. For most of the groundwater sustainability agencies in the Sacramento Valley, 2021 is a big year. We're finishing our groundwater sustainability plans for submission to the Department of Water Resources by January of 2022. Lots of hard work is going into those plans, analysis and modeling, engagement and coordination. So first, a big thank you to all of you who are managing and contributing or participating in the development of those plans. Even with a mostly healthy groundwater resource, developing these plans has been a heavy lift. For today's conversation, we want to take a step back and look to the horizon beyond January 2022. The agencies will have 20 years to demonstrate that the plans developing now will result in sustainable management of groundwater resources. So the planning phase is really just preparation for the real implementation phase. That will be when we can deploy what we know and explore what we don't, where we can work with natural and engineered infrastructure to pursue sustainability and resiliency, where we can design and implement strategies that protect and restore ecosystem functions while fortifying the supplies for agriculture and our communities. We've asked 3 of our colleagues, 3 exceptional groundwater stewards, to share how they are thinking about the next 20 years. Jim Pfeiffer is the Executive Director of the Regional Water Authority and the Sacramento Groundwater Authority. Jim works on behalf of nearly 24 water agencies in the American and Sacramento River watersheds. He previously worked for the City and County of Sacramento. He's an engineer by training and a strategic thinker and diplomat and leader by profession and reputation. Maurice Hall is Associate Vice President for Water Ecosystems at the Environmental Defense Fund. Maurice also has worked for the Nature Conservancy and as a consultant. He has a PhD in hydrology and water resource science, and he's a licensed engineer. We appreciate Maurice in the Sacramento Valley for his efforts to work collaboratively with landowners, growers, and water agencies to find ways to restore our rivers while meeting human needs. And Kristen Sickey is the Assistant General Manager of the Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. And she is the Executive Officer of the Yolo Sub-Basin Groundwater Agency. Kristen also has worked within the Integrated Regional Water Management Division of the Department of Water Resources. Kristen also is an engineer with a bachelor's and master's degrees from UC Davis. And she has been at the forefront of active conjunctive use of surface and groundwater here in my home watershed of Cache Creek. Jim, we're going to turn to you first. Tell us your thoughts about the next 20 years.
Thank you, Jim. I'm really pleased to be here today. I'm going to bring up a PowerPoint presentation and speak off of it. We're thankful for our long partnership with NCWA in helping move the Sacramento Valley forward in water supply, sustainability for the environment, and the economy. The theme for the conference is Ridgetop to Rivermouth Water Management. That's the approach that the American River folks are employing In fact, we have a new term that relates to this, supershed. I'll get back to that term in just a little bit. We're interested in bringing resources and funding to build projects in the service of multi-benefit objectives. Also, we're really interested in developing a suite of projects to serve those purposes. Examples are flood MAR projects to improve flood control and to move water into the groundwater basin. SaveCut has a project that does that. They're working with Placer County Water Agency to see if they can install some new floodgates at a reservoir upstream in the watershed. And with that, it would provide for some flood space. That water would be routed downstream, hopefully into the groundwater basin. Similarly, Regional Sand has a project that uses recycled water and redirects that water for agricultural use, which in turn provides some environmental benefits and is helpful for Sigma. It appears to benefit the groundwater dependent ecosystems. Our initiative is called Water Future, and you see a number of these projects here. It is a suite of projects, again, which tie together multi-purpose objectives. We need it to help adapt to near-term challenges like Sigma, voluntary agreements, and the like. It will be important for the challenges of flood, fire, and drought, which accompany climate change. We're here to make the connection to groundwater, and we are busy preparing groundwater sustainability plans, just like the other GSAs in the Valley are doing. I wanted to focus on how we increase sustainability by focusing on a few projects with a strong nexus to groundwater. And that is one of them, the Sacramento Regional Groundwater Bank. It's a conjunctive use project that will allow us to sustainably store water when it's available and use it when it is needed. Just like a real bank, you need to make a deposit before you make a withdrawal, and that describes the idea really well. We will be setting rules around deposits and withdrawals to ensure that it is managed sustainably. Within the urban area, we have a large amount of infrastructure that has already been built, and if we can utilize that in a way that enhances conjunctive use, we will be able to add roughly 60,000 acre feet of water supply to the system. And that's just with existing investments. With planned investments that many of our members are going to undertake in the next several years, that will add another 30,000 acre feet. That's over the course of the next 10 years, all within the urban area. But we have the potential to do more. If we add flood MAR, recycled water, and the potential agricultural areas north and south of the Sacramento urban area, which extend from the Bear River to the Cosumnes River, we could potentially add 250,000 acre feet. We're seeking federal acknowledgement of our groundwater bank, something that was codified in the Central Valley Project Improvement Act. Our staff includes a geologist who early in his career worked on the Kern Water Bank, and he brought the idea to the RWA and adapted it to the urban area. One beneficial thing of this bank is it's north of the Delta, so it adds a great deal of flexibility. RiverArc is another important project to our portfolio. It is a project that reuses an existing modern screen diversion from the Sacramento River and adapts it to urban use. It'll take the pressure off the American River, which often has good water supply conditions, but occasionally has a dud in some water years. It allows the region to diversify its portfolio and it's a good project for advancing conjunctive use. At the RWA, we do a lot with water conservation and water use efficiency, and that's part of our supply mix too, and reliability mix. Knitting these projects together, including the groundwater basins with surface water, is key to our success. And like I said earlier, we have a new term, supershed. Supershed means a region consisting of multiple watersheds that is actively managed to improve water resource resilience in support of a healthy community, economy, and environment. But really, that is what the Sacramento Valley has been doing for a long time. We just coined a new name for it. And we see projects like that all throughout the valley, on the Puta, on the Feather, and on the main stem, even the Yuba. I will close by saying that the American River is embarking on a renewed commitment to the Water Forum. Many of you have heard about the Water Forum Agreement, and we are updating that. Our partners in the local environmental community are interested in many of the same things we are as water purveyors. We are looking forward to the next chapter of the Water Forum, what we call Water Forum 2.0. There are a number of challenges that we have that weren't around 20 years ago, like the Water Quality Control Plan, SGMA, or climate change. We look forward to charting a path together. Our friends in the NGO community are keenly interested in groundwater dependent ecosystems, and appropriately so, amongst other things. So those are my remarks. I would also like to close with one last slide, and that is on climate change. We're going to have to adapt to, again, the floods, fires, and droughts that accompany climate change and changes in timing of precipitation and flows through our watershed and into the Delta. With some of these projects that I had listed earlier, we will be able to achieve that, and we're looking forward to increased resilience, including our ability to comply with SGMA, knit these projects together, and manage them for multiple purposes. Thank you.
That's terrific, Jim. And the American River is clearly an essential and in some ways pretty distinct watershed. And the projects you've got connecting parts of that watershed as well as the entities that are involved is really a sign of what's possible here in the next generation. Maurice, Jim mentioned the interest, particularly around some of those in the NGO community, about the relationship between surface and groundwater. That's not the only thing you've been working on, but one of the things that we've all turned to you for in terms of guidance is really how do we make these right connections between what's above ground, what's below ground, and how can we learn from the kinds of research that you and your colleagues are doing?
Thank you very much, Jim. I also have a few slides that I'll use along with my presentation. And, repeating what has been said before, I know the GSAs and the water users in the Sacramento Valley are laser focused in the near term on implementation of SGMA. There is a lot of work to do. I'm really excited about working with the folks in the Sacramento Valley to figure out and shape up a way to address the surface water depletion aspects of SGMA, which is one of the more challenging parts of SGMA. Today, I want to look forward, kind of reflecting on the types of ideas that Jim just described, and Kristen is going to describe some similar work that they're doing up on the Yuba. But to take a look forward at how we can take more full advantage of the opportunity of SGMA to get more functionality out of our groundwater and really build true water supply resilience. I'll posit to begin that I think groundwater basins have generally been underutilized. There are these great facilities there that we put wells in and pumped, but our groundwater management of the past, as many of you know, has tended to be passive and reactionary. Under-monitored, underfunded. Certainly, there are clear examples to the contrary. I can't help but note the great work that the folks down in Yolo County have been doing with monitoring their groundwater, proactively recharging it. Jim mentioned some work they're doing in Sacramento County as well. So certainly noticeable exceptions, but in general, we've really sort of just waited till something happens and something's going wrong in our groundwater management, in our groundwater conditions before we take action. But and if you think of groundwater function as sort of a dial, we've been operating down in the low part of the function where we're at risk if we're not really paying attention and not being proactive And we're also foregoing some of the benefits that groundwater basins can provide to us. Now we're at Sigma. And Sigma implementation offers a new era. And I would argue that we've clicked that knob up a notch. And we're doing a better job of, we're complying with Sigma. We're going to be doing a better job of managing our groundwater. But even Sigma is primarily defensive in nature. Don't create undesirable results. Sort of don't make things worse. But with Sigma in place, now you have to manage. And with that management and the institutional structure that you're building around it, we now have an opportunity to do more with our groundwater basins. So let's think a little bit about what we can do with that management in place and those structures in place, and with a better understanding of how our groundwater basins act and behave. And I think it's helpful to get to the point we need to be, if we start thinking more about our groundwater basins as natural infrastructure. Now, this is not a big leap for you folks in the Sacramento Valley. You've been thinking about this with your floodplains. You've been thinking about it in the upper watersheds, and the dialogue and over today highlights that. And so when you think about the groundwater basins, we've tended to, be fairly passive. We put wells in and pump. But let's think for a moment about all of the things that groundwater basin is doing for us. There's a huge suite of water supply services that it's providing. It's collecting water from a wide range of sources, including rainfall, but also irrigation, leakage, and other sources. So it's collecting that water. The upper layers of it are treatment facilities, a great biotreatment facility that treats water so that most of the groundwater in the Sacramento Valley is of good quality. It also stores, conveys that water over long distances. And in addition to just the straight water supply benefits, it's supporting habitat, groundwater dependent ecosystems, and supporting our stream flow. It's this amazing set of groundwater infrastructure. And so we need to start thinking about this infrastructure as a really expensive, valuable resource. And implementing Sigma is a good start. But if you start understanding that as we implement Sigma, we will understand our groundwater basins better, and we'll have the institutions in place to start manage them. And so let's think about what it takes and what it looks like if you take that management to the next level. If you click that groundwater management dial up to where we're thinking about how to build real resilience. So I'm just going to quickly highlight a few images of what that resilience and that next level might look like. Managed recharge, really important. And we're already doing a lot of work in that, the whole flood marsh system built around that. And going the next level beyond managed recharge, we need to start thinking about how to manage those recharge ponds, perhaps to provide habitat, match the habitat and timing needs for migratory birds. And I point to the great work that's being done by the rice growers and TNC and Audubon and others in the Sacramento Valley. They're really setting the stage. We need to follow through, perfect that, and build it into our automatic way of doing things. Jim also mentioned Regional Sands Harvest Water Project. Great example of integrating the different parts of our water system, taking advantage of the great facilities that are underneath the ground, and proactively providing better support for habitat and also providing drought water supplies. Now, I think the general concept of groundwater storage and banking has a lot of different aspects. And one of the things that I would like for us to think more about is the idea of using the coordinated management of our surface water and groundwater storage. Obviously, some great work being done, some of that Kristen will describe. But think about these surface water reservoirs as forebays for the groundwater, pre-releasing water in advance to store water in the groundwater for future. The Sacramento Regional Groundwater Storage Facility is an example of this kind of work, and there's much more that we can do. Another example of taking it to the next level, something that I think has a lot of strength, is let's think about banking some environmental water in these groundwater basins. Just imagine if we had some water allocated to the environment, banked in the groundwater basins up and down the Central Valley, and what we could do with that water in times of urgent need for habitat, providing supplemental flows, adding flexibility through exchanges, and emergency cool water, perhaps. So a huge range of things that we can do if we start thinking proactively, using our inventiveness to manage groundwater proactively and taking it to the next level. What will it take? First step, Sigma implementation. Getting that right, getting that robust accounting systems in place, new management mechanisms in place. It's also going to take funding. You have expensive facilities. We didn't have to build these groundwater basins, but we do need to maintain them and monitor them. It's going to take money, and we're going to have to recognize that moving forward. I think there are new ways that we can cooperate. Unprecedented cooperation going forward is going to be needed, and it's going to be possible now with the GSAs in place. And with that, we can build shared innovation. And of course, all of this is built on trust. So I'll leave you with a thought of next time you're looking across the Sacramento Valley, don't only think about the infrastructure that's above the ground. That's really important, that what we built, we have to take care of it, but also think about this amazing water collection, treatment, storage, and conveyance system that underlies the Central Valley. Thank the creator for building it, and thank your GSA in advance for taking care of it. And encourage them and urge them, support them to take it to the next level and make the most out of this incredible natural facility.
Wow, that's terrific, Maurice. Really appreciate that. It's really exceptionally helpful for you to enumerate and describe all of those infrastructure-like functions that are occurring below our feet that's so easy to take for granted. And your recognition that in developing these plans and these agencies, we've now created the institutional relationships to move beyond pilot projects and individual relationships and really do something over the course of a generation or two. So that's really a huge contribution to the conversation. Thank you. Kristen, in Yolo County, we've been doing a little bit of this, as Maurice has said. So is past prologue, or what's the future look for us?
So I really appreciate Maurice teeing this up for me. And I sort of see a future slogan on our website asking if people have thanked their GSA recently. I really like that perspective. So as Jim had originally said, I'm Kristen Sickey, Assistant General Manager at the Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. We are located about 30 miles west of Sacramento, and we cover approximately 200,000 acres and provide irrigation water to farmers in western Yolo County. So our district was formed in 1951 to plan, develop, and manage the conjunctive use of our surface and groundwater resources to provide safe and reliable water supply at a reasonable cost, to also sustain socioeconomic and environmental well-being of the county. We have a pretty serious mission, and we manage and operate our irrigation releases from Clear Lake and Indian Valley reservoirs in Lake County, as you can see on the image on the screen. And then we divert flows on Cache Creek at the Cape Hay Diversion Dam in Yolo County. At the diversion dam, we then manage an 160-mile unlined or earthen canal system that provides benefit to the natural environment and the working rural landscape that we very much value in our region. Our rain-fed reservoirs provide ample supplies for farmers for about 7 out of the 10-year record, and our groundwater reserves are very vital. Clearly, as Maurice was saying, the largest reservoir is underground, and it needs to be better utilized and appreciated. So as everyone knows, groundwater supplies are not unlimited, and aquifers need to be protected from overdraft, subsidence, and contamination. And since the 1950s, our district has been actively engaged in preserving the local groundwater resources and by monitoring groundwater levels, recharging aquifers, and measuring water quality. Over the previous 15 years, we have contributed or made a significant investment in modernizing the canal system. We've been automating gates and delivery points to enhance efficiencies and minimize losses throughout the system. We've developed a robust remote communication system, also known as SCADA, that allows us to have local control of our irrigation operations. So we actively monitor, gather, and process real-time data. And over the past 60 years, we've conducted biannual measurements on more than 100 wells, which has served as a very valuable continuous record of groundwater levels, and it shows the changes through multiple cycles of drought and high water years. Going back to Maurice's discussion of getting this accounting going or network established. And then over the past decade, we have invested in modernizing our groundwater monitoring network. So we've installed more than 20 real-time monitoring wells, which allows us to track the groundwater levels in real time. And it's provided a framework for us to evaluate trends in use and recovery. And so all of these investments, combined with our unlined canal policy and our district mission, placed us in a really excellent position to be able to take advantage of Governor Brown's 2015 executive order, which streamlined temporary permits for diverting excess flows to groundwater recharge. Utilizing the permit requires this kind of perfect storm or balance of very specific conditions. We have to have enough precipitation to result in excess storm flow conditions, and we need to have not too much precipitation to cause storm damage in the canal system or to result in flooding the landscape. Since 2016, we've been taking advantage of this temporary permitting process, and we have successfully diverted excess storm flows for 3 out of the 5 years, resulting in approximately 20,000 acre-feet of groundwater recharge. We're currently developing a framework for a long-term permit with the State Water Board to memorialize this water right and application of this conjunctive use project, because we do believe that in implementing the GSP, this is going to be a very critical project to continue in the future to ensure future sustainability. And quality of groundwater is just as important as quantity, as everyone knows. So in Yolo County, for the past few decades, farmers and resource managers have been working towards meeting state and local water quality objectives to ensure that the beneficial users are not impacted. The primary constituents of concern within our region are arsenic, boron, chromium, nitrate, and salinity. And in Yolo County specifically, the monitoring and reporting has been conducted by numerous public agencies and through programs such as CV Salts, Gamma, and the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, which I'm sure is similar to many other regions. And right now, what we're currently working on is identifying this nexus with SGMA and the water quality programs. As we draft our groundwater sustainability plan, it's very apparent that coordination is extremely important, and that the groundwater sustainability projects that we plan to implement cannot result in future degradation. So the foundation of our Yolo Subbasin groundwater sustainability plan is the robust groundwater level monitoring network that we've established, along with our history of responsible conjunctive management and proactive water quality monitoring. We believe we've been really good stewards of the resources to date, and in aggressively monitoring our resources, we feel like we can adaptively manage the system in the future. And then, of course, there's the uncertainties that we need to be prepared for of the change in landscape and climate. And so our future will really be dependent on implementing these successful multi-benefit projects that Maurice was talking about. We're currently working with DWR and TNC to talk about a bird return and flood MARD project within the region. And we are coordinating with Audubon, and we look forward to working with other partners in the future to get to that point of implementing successful multi-benefit projects. And we're also in the process of soliciting projects from our stakeholders, local stakeholders and local partners, to facilitate this effective prioritization process for selecting the most beneficial projects to help us meet our 2042 sustainability deadline. So we really look forward to moving into the GSP implementation process, I should say. I was hoping that in developing the GSP, that would be the hard work. But I know that come January, we're really just going to get started. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Jim.
Thanks very much, Kristen. Well, why don't we start with you for a little bit of follow-up here. You've got a lot of things in the queue there. If we were to fast forward 10 or 15 years, what kinds of things do you think we could see on the ground in Yolo County because of the work that's being initiated now?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as I referenced, we are working with DWR and TNC, and we're hoping to have a few pilot projects in the next few years start for flooding farm fields that are it currently aligns with their schedules, so that we can start to monitor the bird return potential and the groundwater recharge potential from those projects. They're currently doing that in the Colusa subbasin. And so we've been talking with them to see how successful it's been up there and see if we can also do it. There's also very low-hanging fruit within our region where there are growers within our service area that are solely using groundwater. And so I think if we could step up our communication and outreach efforts to try to stress the importance of very strategically maximizing our conjunctive management of the basin, hopefully we can make some smaller investments in getting them connected to our system so that they can use surface water when it's available and preserve groundwater in years when there's no surface water. And then, as I mentioned, this long-term permit for continuing recharge through the canal system is really important to us and something that we hope won't take too long to get formalized.
Yeah, terrific. I know one small grower that would be happy to be connected to the system, so I could draw in some surface water and not be dependent on my groundwater in wet years.
Awesome.
So Maurice, one of your points in your final couple of slides that was really agenda setting was this is going to require even more cooperation. And I'm curious, what kinds of things, where are the biggest opportunities? What kind of coordination do we need here? Where is that opportunity? And you also mentioned that this is essential to be increasing trust, because I think that's also going to be an element of how fast and how far we can go. It's really a product of how much we can work together. And share us a little bit more about what you would like to see happen if you could script that out for us.
Well, I think, in the Sacramento Valley, you have to look at the federal and state facilities. Huge part of our water storage capacity above ground, and lots of possibilities in how Shasta and Oroville and the other surrounding reservoirs might be used. But when you think of state and federal projects, you also think, probably not the most nimble. Lots of legacy of structure and sometimes good reason, and not necessarily able to adapt and try new things. And so I think the state has shown the appetite, at least for leadership and looking at things differently. Really need to see more of that. I think some of the opportunities are going to be dependent on good state cooperation, and looking forward, I think how the federal facilities are and the people there are going to be able to adapt and be look at things like the regional shared governance opportunities that we've talked about, so that we have expectations and confidence that things are going to be followed through. We as stakeholders in the realm, both water user, environmental groups, have confidence that our interests are being recognized and are going to be represented in the governance. That's a big part of what the future could hold. And I can't help but say Sac Valley interests have tended to be at the forefront of cooperation and building the trust. And so I do have a huge confidence of the possibilities that are there.
A couple of things stand out to me from your comments. One is, so oftentimes we're thinking about the cooperation between, say, the NGOs or the stakeholder community and the water providers. We're trying to avoid past conflicts and move towards some kind of informed agreement on solutions that are both good for the environment and good for the social and economic concerns. But what you're also emphasizing there is that those of us in or working with government have to lead through example. Our institutions have to be cooperating and collaborating, particularly if we want to be effective at bringing in the community stakeholders. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I heard that as an admonition or a charge or a challenge for those of us in and around government. So thank you for that. I think that's a reasonable expectation that government leads by example in resolving our own conflicts if we expect people in the community to follow and be part of. And Jim, that just sets up you perfectly here, because you mentioned in your comments that the Water Forum stakeholders are interested in 2.0. And if I remember my history right, the Water Forum came out of 20 years of really nasty fighting over the future of the American River and where water would be diverted and where it would go. And it was a historic kumbaya moment when the agreement was reached with East Bay Mud and others, and the Water Forum was created to steward that agreement forward. So what's the next generation of that look like? What does the Water Forum 2.0 need to do, and how's that connected to our efforts to manage the groundwater?
Thank you, Jim. You're right. The last Water Forum agreement, it was 7 years of negotiations, and then it was signed in the year 2000. And it resolved a lot of conflict in the region. It resolved the conflict that you talked about with East Bay Mud, which actually was a predecessor of the conflict, and the water agencies within the region. And it provided for two co-equal objectives, and that is to protect the lower American River, including the scenic values, the environment, and the recreational aspects of it, and also to provide for the economy in the Sacramento region. And a key element of that was reducing. Everybody knew that water demands would go up, but we would reduce them in times that it would be harmful to fisheries. And key in that is conjunctive use. So what does Water Forum 2.0 look like? I would say that people are focused on the future. They're focused on climate change. And the questions that are now coming up are, in the future, around the year 2085, it looks like 15 out of 100 years will result in such that there probably won't be enough water to go around. And how are we going to address that? And that 15 out of 100 years was based on a U.S. Bureau of Reclamation basin study that was performed for the region and estimated that. It's a long time from now, but in some ways you really need to get going for water projects. Sometimes it takes 20 years to just start turning the earth on it. And then those projects might have a 60-year lifespan. So a lot of questions about how we do that. That's sort of a central framing of Water Forum 2.0. And we're just starting to get into those discussions about how we'll take care of those issues. So I suspect that it's going to result in more projects that will do conjunctive use. It will allow us to adapt to the changes in hydrology and more runoff earlier in the year. And we'll have to identify those activities that allow us to adapt to that. But also the environmental NGOs that are part of the Water Forum agreement have said, how can you do that in a way that's not going to harm the fishery? And that's going to take some real work, and it will take investment, like Maurice had talked about. And we will have to start flexing and utilizing this natural infrastructure, including the groundwater basin, to be able to adapt to those types of things. So I think that's a snapshot of what I see for Water Forum 2.0. We're just starting the process. It's probably going to take another 2 years to get through it, but that's kind of what I'm seeing at the very beginning of this.
Thanks. That's terrific. You know, one thing that comes to my mind here is we're going to have to innovate. California likes to think of itself as an innovative state. Oftentimes that innovation is in the private sector. Oftentimes, but not always, it involves technology. And And that's not the innovation I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about where the current answers we have just don't bring us the kind of improvement or adaptation, as you said, fast enough or quick enough, or at scale. So this may be hard to anticipate, but where are the spaces that we're going to need to innovate? Where are the procedures or the rules or our understandings or our technologies just not adequate for us to be able to build our capacity to manage, to get ourselves all the way over on Maurice's dial, right? We need to build some muscle in order to get over onto the side of Maurice's dial. And my sense is that whatever the true impact of climate change or the timing, it has not yet been accurately predicted in a study. We're going to learn about that in real time. And the demands for adaptation are going to be predicated on our preparation for that need. So that's a little bit vague concept, but as we look to the future, how do we think about where we need to put some energy, some thought process, some cooperation, some analysis in figuring out how to do something better? And I'll take a raised hand. Maurice, thank you.
I'll respond and hopefully start a helpful dialogue. But one of the points I was sort of hit askance in what I was describing is the sort of the expectations of the future of the groundwater sustainability agencies. A lot of work right in front of us, no doubt. But there is such an opportunity there with proactive management of these facilities that we do ourselves a disservice if we don't really think about putting the resources into these GSAs that are needed. We know how to manage groundwater very well. You go to McClellan Air Force Base and other places that we could mention. We know sometimes within days when a plume is going to show up at a well. We know how groundwater works, but it means that we have to monitor it. We have to invest in those systems. But with that knowledge, we can store a lot of water. We can plan to take a lot of water out safely of groundwater basins safely if we have that institutions in place, and that investing in that now so that we have that understanding and we can predict how we're going to need to adapt to these big swings that are going to occur. And frankly, as you described, our understanding of those is going to evolve continually. And so we have to be able to predict as best we can, predict the range of circumstances. And if we do, those groundwater basins can be exceptionally valuable in helping us manage for that water supply future under those climate changed conditions.
So Maurice, I heard you say in terms of investment, I heard both kind of investment in the technology and the knowledge, right? The ability to have that detailed understanding, but it also is just going to require some financial investment, obviously as well. And that's a space I think that is where there is a lot of innovation happening as well. There's a lot of people have a stake in us better managing this system than just the state general fund, and I think and beyond even ratepayers. So I could see us wanting and needing to innovate both in terms of the applications of technology and what we do with that knowledge, as well as how we're going to raise and invest financial resources in order to build the adaptive systems we need. So that's really helpful. Other thoughts on innovation?
I'd like to build on something that Maurice said. I think that's really important how he flagged a couple issues. One is proactive management, and I agree with investment. But I'd like to talk a little bit about how that's done in an urban setting. So often you'll have an agency that is close to a river that built a surface water diversion to divert surface water for its customers. And then a little bit distant from the river, you might have a community that was built off groundwater because it was just cheaper to do. And those systems matured, and that presents a great opportunity for a collaborative relationship between those two agencies. You can have that groundwater agency that has a competitive advantage and often has maybe some surplus production capacity to produce extra groundwater to send to a surface water agency. and vice versa. So when there is a wet year or a flush season of surface water, we can send surface water to that groundwater agency. But I think that we need to sort of integrate that into the operations more. We haven't really cracked that sufficiently just yet. And sometimes there are some barriers to that collaboration. Often it's how they view a transaction, and they might feel like it'd be too costly to enter into that. But I think that there are opportunities and more collaboration and more to build on to be able to make sure that they can work together. And we're breaking down those barriers in the Sacramento region. But there's probably, there is more that we can do. The other thing I want to say is I think we need to invest. It would really be great if we had some additional help from the state and federal government. And I know that they're very interested in solving some of these problems too. It can be pretty expensive to have 2 water delivery systems, a surface water or a groundwater, or integrate them. But I think that there's really some opportunities to make those investments, particularly when it comes to environmental water. And I think that that's something that needs a little bit more development. It seems like the tools are there for us, but we just need to assemble them to making sure that we can achieve some of those things that Maurice had talked about in terms of making environmental water available either for flows or building onto the cold water pools, say at Folsom Reservoir.
That's terrific. Lots of room to innovate on policies that just a few years ago were pretty novel, including even the concept of environmental water and environmental water budgets. So maybe we're just taking baby steps in that regard, and this is our opportunity to really do something much more significant. Kristen, I'm interested in your thoughts on the innovation, and particularly because Yolo County has kind of been on the forefront here, and the projects you described are ambitious and interesting and do some of that integrated multiple benefits that Jim and Maurice have talked about. But what are we going to need for that to happen?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I know that Jim Pfeiffer had already touched on this, but it appears we will need to be very innovative with how we think about these regulatory processes that we're working within. And so one thing we've really been working on doing is becoming an advocate for our area, trying to educate CDFW, trying to educate the State Water Board, trying to educate the Regional Board, all the entities on the value of these projects. And we're trying to bring them out to have their boots on the ground to understand how it's really affecting our region and improving things for us. So building on Maurice's, trust is everything. That is something that I think using this data that we have, being transparent, showing that we're trustworthy, I think it'll help us to maybe start to figure out how to streamline or work more efficiently within the existing regulatory processes. And I think that the State Water Board may be starting to think creatively about how the meeting the undesirable results through SGMA can work within their permitting structure or framework for groundwater recharge being considered. And so I think that as long as we can continue to work really closely with these state and, as Maurice and Jim said, federal partners, I think that will benefit us in the long run so that we can all bring our smart minds to the table and think about a creative way to get the projects implemented faster, because that's going to be very important. Like you were saying, we may not really know the climate change impacts until they're actually happening. So anything to speed up the construction timelines would be wonderful.
That's great. So we're almost out of time. Maybe we can kind of take our sights off that 20-year horizon and bring ourselves back to a minute for not just the year ahead of us in terms of finalizing our SGMA plans, but this is a dismally dry year. And I'm always struck by the irony of us trying to think long-term and plan for the future, but preoccupied with the present. And there are times where, even preoccupied with the challenge of the moment, we are able to develop solutions or take actions or develop relationships or develop trust, all of these intangible things that you've all been mentioning in those challenging times that then allow us to accelerate our pace afterwards. And I'm curious, so looking at 2021, is there anything you can think of we could do this year, both as we finalize our plans, and as we manage a second very dry year, that would accelerate us either on our knowledge or our relationships?
So I'll start out again, and I think it's a really exciting and a really scary time to be in water. I think looking forward to this year, one of the things I'm really excited about is a project called OpenET that we have initiated with NASA, the Desert Research Institute, and Google, which is going to put good, reliable, trusted data at low cost on evapotranspiration use from irrigated agriculture, accessible to everyone, which is an opportunity to begin learning more clearly just how our water is being deployed and allowing us to improve how we respond to that. We have a new federal administration. Our hopes are that they're going to come leaning in, working to work in a problem-solving mode in California and across the West. Good signals so far. Matching that up with the Newsom administration in California, who's already shown that this is a priority for them. I think there's some real opportunities in the near term to build some trust and start implementing some of that trusting shared governance that has been eluding us so far.
That's terrific, Maurice. Let's hope you're right on both counts.
I'd like to add something. I think you're right. I think it's in the context of relationship building, and we are in a new phase with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, the operator of Folsom Reservoir. One of the things that we've been trying to do is establish what's called a flow management standard with Reclamation, and they have adopted it, and they're trying to figure out how to make it work. Part of that is some discussions with us about how you make this initiative work. The flow management standard, you can think of it as 3 parts. One is minimum in-stream flows for the protection of fish. 2 is temperature management, so you plan out the temperatures for the year. And then 3 is a certain amount of water that's left in the reservoir at the end of the year. And that can be a very challenging thing. The reason why you want that is because if you have a subsequent dry year, you'll have enough in order to get you through the year without it draining. So like all new relationships and renewed relationships, sometimes there's a little bit of friction, but it's a marriage. And we're having that with Reclamation. I don't mean the friction part, but just trying to understand each other's concerns and coordinating those types of things and letting each other know what our challenges are. And it takes a lot of work to do that, but we're doing that this year, and it's a dry year. What a great year to be having such a situation. It's dismal for water supply, but in terms of strengthening a relationship between the locals and environmentalists and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, this gives us an opportunity to cement that.
That's terrific, Jim. Kristen, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, just real brief. I know we're wrapping up here, but this is actually an excellent opportunity for the Yolo Subbasin Groundwater Agency to get more engagement from the stakeholders, because there will be more concern about the surface water storage that we have available in future years. So as frustrating as it can be as an irrigation district, it's a really good opportunity for us to be soliciting feedback from the community. And then internally, we have to work on improving or re-examining our governance structure, because we're currently in the process of trying to figure out what is the most sustainable governance structure or financing mechanism moving forward. So as weird as it is, it's going to probably be a really good thing for the Yolo Subbasin Groundwater Agency and for stressing the importance of what we're doing. And with Maurice having them thank a GSA today.
Yeah, thank your GSA. New bumper sticker. Well, this has been a terrific conversation. Thanks to all 3 of you for the work you're doing and for being willing to share some ideas and concepts with us and helping to set an agenda. The NCWA Groundwater Management Task Force is obviously very focused over the next few months on making sure the agencies are putting together the best possible plans we can, so that we can make the Department of Water Resources job incredibly easy, and the State Water Board can stay in Sacramento, except when we want to come out and show them our projects. Thank you again for your time. Thanks for participating in the NCWA annual conference, and we'll see you out in the fields.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm going to call Ken. Hey, Ken. Hey, Bryce Lundberg. Hey, I've got one of your Farm Trail Harvest Baltic Porters. Hey, it's awesome. Hey, it's got rice in it. Ken, that's amazing. Hey, Ken, didn't you once say that you brew in the Belgian tradition? No rice. Golly, I think you used to also say you only use quality ingredients. Hey, this is awesome. Hey, you got any more of that? I'm going to buy it. Thanks, Ken. Okay. Oh, love you too. Bye. Wow, that is great. Ken Grossman, Sierra Nevada. There's rice in there. Well, for our third conversation room on the opportunities to reactivate our floodplains, please welcome NCWA First Vice Chair and Reclamation District 108 Director Roger Cornwell.
Welcome everybody to another exciting panel talking about Ridgetop to river mouth. And for this panel, we're actually talking about reactivation of floodplains. And we're going to be joined today by Megan Hurdle, Director of Land and Water Conservation from Audubon, Jacob Katz, Senior Scientist at Caltrout, and Louis Baer, General Manager of RD 108. And welcome everybody. I'd really like to spend a little bit of time here this afternoon just laying out the science, right? Let's lay out the science, give everybody a quick background, and then we'll move into a panel discussion. So I think today we'll start off with Jacob Katz giving us a little bit of the fish view, switch that to Megan to talk about birds, and then we'll punt that back to Louis Baer to talk about infrastructure. So with that, let me introduce Jacob Katz.
Thanks, Roger. Pleasure to be here this morning or afternoon or evening. No, okay. This is recorded. Hi, I am Senior Scientist at California Trout, and I just want to give a brief overview about the kind of science of rivers and how they function, especially in the Sacramento Valley. So with that, I'm going to turn to a couple slides. So Roger's asked me to just give a little summary about how the Sacramento River Valley works, the physical function of the river valley, and how the natural processes, especially how water flowing across the landscape, really facilitates the flow of energy, the flow of matter into biomass. What do we mean by biomass? Well, obviously biomass are the crops that are produced on farmland in summer, but we're also talking about wildlife, about the incredible biomass of geese darkening the sky or fish filling these rivers. So salmon, ducks, geese, those are all the predictable outcome of a series of decisions that we make on the landscape. So we're trying to cultivate these ecological solutions for both fish and wildlife on the working agricultural landscape, on this mosaic of different kinds of farm fields in the Sacramento Valley. And we do that by mimicking the natural processes that once made the Sacramento Valley one of the great wildlife landscapes on Earth. And we all here believe that we can be so again, that it needn't be one or the other, but we can have fins, feathers, and farms, and flood control all within the Sacramento Valley through the portfolio of solutions that we'll be talking about today, from the headwaters to the river mouth, from the ridgetop to the river mouth. So I'm not going to make this too complicated, right? It really isn't rocket science, but it is physics, right? Remember this guy? See his hair? This really is about the flow of energy from solar energy from the sun and carbon in the air. Plants take those two things and make the foundation of the food web, of a functioning ecosystem. What is that? It's plant matter, right? Plant matter it's making complex carbohydrates, it's making lignins, it's all these different ways of trapping sunlight, right? It's a battery, and it's the floodplains, which are the solar collector for river ecosystems, right? When we lose our floodplains, as we have by levying more than 95% of them in the Central Valley, where we're really at around 5% of our functioning floodplains, we shouldn't be surprised that we're at around 5% of our native fish biomass as well. We've really taken the batteries out of the system. But as we'll talk about today, we can put them back in. We can refuel, reactivate our floodplains, and that will refuel and bring back, re-energize our the Sacramento River's aquatic ecosystem. And how does that work? Well, sunlight, right, is captured by plants out on the floodplain itself in summer. But in winter, when the flood waters spread out and slow down, well, then you have a much larger solar surface to catch that sunlight, and that happens by algae floating near the surface of the water. So whether it's algae or plants, it's the same process. Photosynthesis captures that summer and that winter sunlight. It is stored in that green matter, and then you have to spread the water out. You have to slow it down to allow enough time for microbes and bacteria to break that matter down, right? Or the phytoplankton to be eaten by zooplankton. Either way, it's about flooding. It's about mimicking that natural long duration, weeks, even months, that the water puddled up on the landscape. So sunlight makes plants. Plants are eaten by bugs. The bugs then are eaten by small fish, which very rapidly become much larger fish. And that's a really important factor that we're talking about here, because it doesn't happen instantaneously. It does take a little bit of time. Around 3 weeks or so of water spreading out over the floodplain is what allows a fish to go from a little itty bitty thing like this. This is how big they are on stocking day if we're putting these fish out into agricultural floodplains, into rice fields and other kinds of fields where the water has been held so that it mimics the kind of puddle that would have happened out there naturally. By puddle, I mean wetland, right? Wet land. We're talking about the very simple process of mimicking the marshes and wetlands that were here previously, right? So this kind of simple idea of puddles having incredible power, and that power comes from residence time. It means that the river is moving really quickly through the system, and it doesn't allow these aquatic food webs to set up, right? But if you spread it, if you slow it, and remember that when you slow water across the floodplain, you actually sink it too, recharging our critical groundwater aquifers, but you're also growing this energy source that keeps a small fish like the one at the top of this picture, which really the Feather River, the Yuba River, the Upper Sacramento River can produce literally 100 million fish that look like that top one in a good year. But the problem is they're stuck inside a levee. They really have very little food within that thin blue line between rip-rapped steep levees that we call the river. But when that river has access to wetlands and the fish can swim out of the river into those food-rich habitats, then you get a fish like the one on the bottom. Those two fish are the same age. One has spent its life in the river. The other one had 3 weeks out on the floodplain. So why does that happen? Well, it's really a food thing, right? Each one of these beakers represents a cubic meter of water. So just 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet, right? And in the Sac River, there's very few bugs within that cubic meter of water. In the canal, which represents how water flows across the floodplain during most of the time, right, in summer, just on the other side of the levee from the river, this canal water has 6 times more food. That's incredible. But look at the beaker on the left. It's solid. That gold tan color you're looking at is pure protein. That is natural wealth. That is the capacity of residence time to make the bugs, which then of course make fish, right? So the water in the Sacramento River is turning over every couple seconds. The water in the canal is turning over every couple minutes. The water on the floodplain in these managed fields is turning over every couple days. And that difference, that's the difference between night and day. That's the difference between a Sac River that is a food desert and a Sac River that has enough food to create robust populations of salmon, of smelt, of other native fish. So I want you to know that while we've made 95% of the former floodplain inaccessible, it's not gone, right? The landscape is still here. This is a picture from William Hammond Hall. It's one of the first maps of the Sacramento. Well, not one of the very first. You can see Marysville's right there, but this is 1888, right? This is way back there. And the shaded regions that you see in the middle, those represent the tules, the wetlands in the flood basins of the Sutter and the Colusa on the southern part going into Yolo. And check this out. When we overlay that with Google imagery from today, can you see that? You can still see the 5 o'clock shadow in that same place. Those dark lines, those are the rich marsh soils, often where we grow rice now, which is to say that we can reactivate this floodplain. We have the capacity to just tweak the way in which we're managing it, where we can still produce amazing, robust population, harvest for people, agricultural harvest for people in the summer. But in the off season, those same habitats can be extraordinarily productive for ducks, for geese. And now we're learning how to do that same natural wealth and make sure that it's applied to making fish populations as well. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to my esteemed colleague, Megan Hurdle.
Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that. I think this is the first time I've ever heard anyone refer to a floodplain as a 5 o'clock shadow. I think maybe there's some branding that we can pick up on that. I've got a couple of slides to show as well. I'm going to pull those up now. So Jacob told you a little bit about why the Sacramento Valley is particularly important for fish and new ways that we can think about operating the system that both continues to support farmers, but also helps rebuild our fish population. I'm going to talk a little bit about the birds. And so hopefully for those of you who have actually managed to get out of your house during these past months, you've seen scenes like this all over the Sacramento Valley. Dense congregations of water birds that are coming here as part of their winter migratory journey. And they're using flooded agricultural fields, and they're using our last remaining wetlands and natural areas. And these birds are part of an incredible migration. So 70% of North American birds migrate, which means they're moving between their breeding grounds in summer to their wintering grounds. Some of these birds are traveling thousands of miles from places as far away as the Arctic to the tip of South America. And along their journey, they're stopping to rest, refuel, to eat before they continue. And some birds are actually going and staying in places to overwinter, like the Central Valley of California. And we are an incredible spot along this migratory route. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is that this migratory journey is becoming harder and harder for birds. And it's harder for a lot of reasons. We don't have the same amount of habitat that we've had before. So Jacob referenced this in his presentation. We've lost about 90 to 95% of our natural habitat in the Central Valley. So that's historic floodplains, that's riverside forests, that's wetland complexes. We're also seeing extreme events driven by climate change like fire and drought, limiting the amount of food and places these birds can go. And of course, human use of land and development is also restricting the amount of habitat they have. And unfortunately, you see these results in the crashing number of birds. So this is from a study that Cornell released about a year ago that showed that in the last 50 years, we have 3 billion fewer birds than we had historically. 50 years, I mean, that's one human lifetime to see bird declines across all populations. And it's not just the endangered and threatened birds that we're seeing decline in. It's common birds like your western meadowlark or your red-winged blackbird. But it's not a complete story of loss. So if you look at this slide, you can see that there is one bird group, the waterfowl populations, that are actually increasing over the last 50 years. And that is due in large part to work from groups like Ducks Unlimited, Audubon, and many others in partnership with private landowners to actually protect and enhance private lands for these birds. So you don't have to look any further than the Sacramento Valley to understand that. So if you look at this map of the full Central Valley, you can see that our last remaining habitat areas, which are represented in the bright red, orange, and blue, they're basically postage stamps in the Central Valley. But if you zoom into the Sacramento Valley, you can really see how the complex of rice, which is in the green, surrounds these last remaining wetlands areas and is oftentimes providing surrogate habitat for water birds, particularly for waterfowl. And in most years, we are seeing that 2/3 of the wintering waterfowl diet in the Sacramento Valley is coming from these rice fields. So it's really showing the importance of thinking about the landscape as a whole, operating our wetlands and our agricultural lands where we can to benefit birds and other species. So Audubon just released this study 2 weeks ago. We often think about the importance of the Sacramento Valley for water birds, but what we're finding is it's also really important for land birds. So this is a pretty cool graphic from eBird that shows the distribution of tree swallows as they migrate through North America and south. And what you're really going to see here is just how much the Central Valley pops. So our study is showing that we've got 28 million tree swallows alone that are coming through here. It's really tremendous. And so we need to think about providing the food resources when and where these birds need it. And that's why Audubon, for more than a decade, has been working in this landscape in partnership with other NGOs through the Migratory Bird Conservation Partnership, particularly TNC and Point Blue Conservation Science, along with landowners, agencies, and industry groups like the California Rice Commission. And our goal really is to protect those last remaining wetlands, ensure they've got the water they need, but then also to think about that rice landscape and the surrounding landscape and reactivating it to create food for birds and now also for fish, while still maintaining this area as a vibrant place to live and grow food. Now we know this is really important, right? It's not just the sheer number of birds that are coming here, but we are entering another set of dry years. During the last drought, Point Blue Conservation Science did a study that showed that some of the water that was put on agricultural lands to create surrogate habitat was actually the only available habitat for birds on several days during the drought. This just shows how important it is to partner with landowners to think about creative ways to reoperate farms and landscapes to benefit birds, fish, and people. Now, I like to end with this slide because for me, this represents everything the Sacramento Valley is and what it can be in the future. It shows a productive agricultural landscape. You see surrogate habitat with shorebirds in the foreground using it. There's wetland complexes in the background. This is the future we can have. Now, it's not to say we're not going to have to make hard choices about land use and about water, but there are places on this landscape where we can work together to recreate ecosystem function, to create a resilient flood system, and to also provide habitat for birds and fish and more. And so with that, I'm actually going to pass it to Lewis, who's going to give you some examples of those habitat types.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Megan. So I think Jacob and Megan have really done a great job to lay out the science and, a good picture of the landscape and just how important floodplains are. What I really want to talk to you about is just what we mean. I mean, how do we get from, all these great things or where we are today to all these great benefits that we talk about, kind of an improved Sacramento Valley habitat picture. I'm sure a lot of folks on the ground are worried about things it's doing right now. There's a lot of great things going on right now and important things. So I want to share with you our thoughts and really what we've learned from the YOLO bypass approach and how we can possibly apply that in the Sacramento Valley, kind of north of that YOLO bypass. So how do we do this on a landscape scale? So this map here is a map that shows the flood system, frankly, and the blue areas are areas that already get wet. And we're really fortunate in the Sac Valley in that, frankly, it's a place where we had plentiful water. But that also meant that it was too much water to manage during those winter months. And so what the map shows you right now is what floodplains still get wet. So this is the area that still gets activated. But what's different is that we have river connections that don't act like they did historically. Our old sloughs used to be at a much lower elevation. And when the river would start to rise, they would flow much more frequently. They'd flow earlier on flood events. Our current weirs are much higher, and so they now restrict that from happening. So really, when we talk about the Sacramento Valley and the Butte Sink and the Sutter Bypass and the Colusa Basin, largely what we're talking about is changing those river connections that I just spoke about, kind of those sloughs that are now either plugged off completely or converted to weirs, or the infrastructure within those floodplains. Jacob talked about how it takes time for water on the landscape to be productive. 3 weeks or so is what we've seen in some of our fish food studies where we've grown fish food in rice fields. Our current drainage system and the infrastructure within the floodplain just rapidly drains water off of the landscape. So how would we reoperate that during the winter months so that we could get the productivity that they talked about? And then finally, what do our farm fields look like? What do the existing wetlands look like? And how do we make sure that we're not taking away from the great things that those existing managed wetlands or refuges are providing today? And how do we look at those farm fields and see how during those winter months they may operate in a way that helps support the fishery, that helps support the wildlife, that in turn can help support water supply reliability? So what does that really look like in a system where you're trying to modernize it? And I think the 2 points that I find I get the most questions on are, when are we talking about doing this? And first of all, it's in the non-farm season. And it's not because we're just trying to avoid the farm season. It's frankly because that's when the flood benefits traditionally happen. So November or December through about March 1st are the times that we're talking about additional reactivation of these floodplains. And then secondly, it's kind of within the hydrograph. So as the rivers start to increase in flow and then drop back down, when are we really reoperating the system? And I think this, from a flood control perspective, which my agency is hyper focused on, is public safety and flood protection. We're not talking about during the times when the river is really running heavy. Really what we're talking about is when the river is starting to overtop the weirs, to lower flows, when it could still exit through a historic slough, but now can't because we have weirs in place. So really we're talking about, could we take those weirs or other similar structures, modify those so they're operable from that weir overtopping location down to what the historic sloughs used to operate like. And then we'd be able to manage those flows to try to manage the benefits and potential impacts to folks on the floodplain side. So these are locations that already get wet, generally already have fish on the floodplain. And what we're trying to do is increase the frequency, increase the duration during those kind of moderate to lower flows during the winter months when we're not flooding or we're not farming. So this clearly will take a lot of people. The map that I showed you is about 200,000 acres in the Sacramento Valley. Those lands in the lower Colusa Basin or in the Butte Sink or the Sutter Bypass, they're really, really critical. And it's not by accident this slide on the left-hand side starts with landowners, farmers, private wetlands, public refuges. These rural communities and the state and federal lands that occupy this footprint are critical. They're absolutely the place that this program starts and what can be done or can't be done. But there's also other groups of folks that are really energized about this and see the benefits. NGOs, folks like Megan and Jacob, bring a lot of expertise to this and help advise folks on how this can be done. They have a lot of energy on how we move these things forward. And then you have the agencies, state and federal agencies that are in charge of either protecting or improving federal and state species. You have the tribal, you have the county folks, water users, levee districts, all folks wanting to see multiple benefits coming from this same group of land while providing respect, frankly, for the landowners that are already in place. So we're trying to maximize kind of that third season. You know, we have the farm season, we kind of have a waterfowl season, but we're really looking at that third overwinter season where we think we can provide additional benefits on those same lands. So how do we make it happen? Well, we need to assemble the folks that we just talked about. We need to strengthen the partnership. And what I mean by that is we need to help each other understand each other's properties, what things are happening on the landscape right now. We need to take from the YOLO bypass effort, we need to learn that strong open communications and engagement with the landowners, with the agencies, with the NGOs has to be a critical component of this. Otherwise, we're not going to be successful. We really need to live in each other's shoes in order for this to work. And we need to respect each other's current activities. Interagency coordination, there are a lot of agencies that have roles to fulfill in this footprint. And understanding how all of those work together is really important and sometimes can be difficult to navigate when you don't live in that world. So this is really an important aspect of our potential success and being able to move forward. One focus that I mentioned before, but we plan to work early with landowners as a cornerstone as part of this program. And the first funding agreement that we have in place for this, there's a Prop 68 $6 million funding grant that's been provided to advance this concept, has a portion of that funding to provide technical services for landowners, specifically looking at if doing something like this would create an impact on their land, are there physical solutions that could help remedy that? It also provides funding for those same landowners to look at concepts that might help improve or achieve the goals of the team overall. Okay, so what are the steps to actually take a look at this? Well, first of all, we have a lot of models that look at flood protection. You know, how do you provide the public safety? But we don't have models that really look at those mid to low flows across our floodplain. So we need to develop that tool, and we expect that'll take about 12 months to develop a low flow model across this 200,000 acre footprint. We need to develop measurable criteria. So what are the things? I mean, there's magic words here that we all use: testable hypothesis, measurable criteria. What it really means is, what are we trying to achieve, and how are we going to determine whether or not we've achieved that? So that takes people getting together and agreeing on what those things are, not just suggesting what they think would be important. We will use that criteria and those models to create some scenarios, and those scenarios will be evaluated then, and then kind of evaluated on an iterative basis to come up with some preferred alternatives. Those preferred alternatives will then be rolled up into a summary report that looks at how would you implement that and what are really the next steps. And that's how we'll wrap this all up together. So thank you, and I look forward to the upcoming conversation.
All right, thank you guys. That was really good. You know, it's good to see the vision that we have some leaders here in the Sac Valley that are really trying to push a vision of a better valley. But you know, I really miss the interaction with an audience, and I know you guys do too. I know that's the kind of the part of the presentation that we really thrive on. But what I thought we'd do is take a few minutes right now and just throw around some questions and some ideas to try to flush this out a little bit more. And one of them, you know, maybe I'll start with Lewis. And you know, we talk about 200,000 acres, Lewis. That's what your map showed. But is that enough? Is that all that's needed, or is there more?
Yeah, I think the 200,000 acres I was talking about is really what we call the wet side. And that's a side where it's synonymous with fish access. So I do think there are other acres in the Sacramento Valley that could be brought to bear as well. We have some dry side activities that we all talk about, and that's where we can use land where we don't have fish access to produce food and drain that food back into our river system. That used to happen on a lot of those lands historically, and I think the combination, frankly, of 200,000 acres that's much more frequently inundated and is really working like it did historically, combined with surrogate food production that's draining back into our system, would be the biggest change that we've seen in the Sacramento Valley in a long, long time. The thing that I think about, frankly, is a CDFW study that was done in 1930 and really just documented some data on commercial salmon harvest. And when the flood control system was completed, we lost approximately 80% of our commercial harvest of salmon. And what that tells me is the salmon just weren't available. And what we had done at that point is we had cut the river system off from the floodplains. We hadn't built rim dams largely. We hadn't done many of the other activities. We didn't have the massive urbanization. This was from 1920 to 1930, but we did successfully complete our flood control system. And so it tells me if we can unwind that, and we lost 80% of the fish when we completed that, there is a real opportunity to make a big difference by turning those wheels back.
Hey, Raja, I'd love to add on that. I mean, what Lewis is really talking about here is recreating the function of the ecosystem that we had historically. And what's really amazing about this is birds and fish evolve together. So if we can recreate or mimic what was there historically, in theory, we're going to benefit birds and fish simultaneously. And Audubon and others are really excited to be partnering with CalTrout to measure some of the bird response on those fish food practices that they're doing.
Thanks, Megan, for jumping in there. Jacob, we've been working together for a long time. This group right here has just been dynamite for the Sac Valley. But I always often take little pieces away from every time you give a talk, and we talk about the wet side of the levee, and it floods, right? The bypasses are there for a huge volume of water, but what is really the biggest bang for our buck? Is it on a dry year like this to have reoperable weirs, or is it really those big wet years?
Well, I think that we all know that there's no silver bullets, right, Raj? I mean, it's about this portfolio approach. It's about making sure that, as Megan was just saying, that native critters, whether they have wings or they swim, right, whether they have fins or feathers, or quite frankly, whether they slither too, right? All of our native creatures are adapted to the physical patterns of the landscape. In this case, it's California. It couldn't be more stark. It does not rain in the summer. It doesn't. Every summer is a drought, right? So these animals are particularly honed by the landscape and by the patterns of climate to have life histories, to have life history strategies, basically to have keys to the landscape's lock, right? And so the question about what's the biggest bang for your buck is really a question about understanding how animals used the landscape historically, understanding how the landscape has changed since those times through European development, and then thinking about, again, as Megan said, how do we not fundamentally change our infrastructure, our levees, our dams, our roads, our diversions, but how do we reoperate them in such a way that we can approximate those historical patterns? And I think the easiest way of thinking about that is allowing fish to recognize the rivers that they're adapted to, that they evolved under, right? And we have such incredible precedent for how dramatic the population level response is if you allow an animal or a population to recognize the systems that they're adapted to. And that's Megan's slides that were just basically all white or salt and pepper, and you have to zoom in to see that it's solid snow geese. This incredible capacity that the Central Valley, that the Sacramento Valley has to produce migratory birds that has been demonstrated over the last 30 years, where we went from really all-time low numbers to year after year seeing this kind of increase. That green arrow she was talking about with waterfowl populations, it's not just in the Sac Valley, it's in the other flyways throughout the continent. We really see now that if we can manage at that landscape scale, where birds that for 100 years had looked down at a Sacramento Valley that had been managed to be dry during winter, and suddenly in the early 90s, the Pacific Flyway bloomed beneath their wings. Why? Because rice started to reflood their fields after harvest. These kinds of tweaks to how we do business that allow native critters to recognize their environments are so big. So So that was maybe a little bit too much of a context, Roger. But the biggest thing we can do is weave together a portfolio of management practices that allow fish to get to each kind of habitat that they need to complete each critical part of their life history, life cycle. So that means that we need enough cold water coming out of dams at the top of the system. We're really working on that. We also need spawning gravels beneath those dams. We're doing a great job on that. We're going to continue to do that. Side channel and other kind of habitats in the upper Sacramento, below Orville Dam on the Feather, in the Yuba River, really important, right? Fundamentally, as Lewis was just saying, access to the pantry, access to the larder, access to the kind of the pit stop that is the floodplain, as these small fish are headed from where they're born in the upper river to the ocean where they're going to spend the majority of their life, is absolutely critical and is the missing link at this point. So building those gates in our floodplains that allow fish from the Feather River, from Butte Creek, from the upper Sacramento, from the Yuba to access Sutter and Yolo bypasses is by far the greatest population level bang we're going to get. But it has to work in conjunction with what Lewis was calling the dry side work. And that's to say, we have 100,000 acres within our bypasses, maybe a little bit more. But the majority of that former floodplain is on the protected side of levees. That doesn't mean that that former floodplain doesn't have a really important role to play in bringing back fish. And that's because we can grow fish food in that winter window that Lewis was talking about, and actively drain that incredible natural production back into the rivers at exactly the right place and the right time, where fish that are basically stuck in a food desert can take advantage of that critical and abundant food resource.
That was awesome. Thank you, Jacob. But we do need to kind of wrap it up here. So I'd like to go through with each one of you for one final thought before we close, and I'll just go ahead and start with the Hollywood Squares. Megan, hate to put you on the spot to be first, but do you have one last takeaway for the group?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the success we've seen with birds has really come from a few things. It's trust, building trust, right, where there wasn't trust before, good communication, going out and doing the science to prove what works for farms and birds, and then working with agencies to implement it at scale. So I know that's not one thing, but it's sort of the secret sauce recipe that we're trying to replicate now for fish and across the Sac Valley as a whole.
All right, awesome. All right, Lewis, one final thought to close this up.
Yeah, I would ask folks on the existing footprint to be patient with us and to understand that we have a great deal of respect for what you currently use your property for, and we're working on ways where we can integrate with what you're already doing. We plan on working with you directly and patiently, and providing you with the resources you need to try to see what you can do to contribute even more than you already do. So you're key to anything happening here, and we'll look forward to working with you.
All right, Jacob, one final thought.
I think I already took up my time, but the first is just saying everything Megan said, yes, amen, and Lewis as well. I mean, this is really about understanding that, yes, we have to preserve the best of what we have left. Absolutely, that's critical. But ultimately, it's insufficient to rebound these endangered populations, because the majority of not just the Sacramento Valley, but the whole surface of the earth is now really influenced, if not actively managed, by people. So welcoming the wild back into our working landscapes is really the foundation to bringing back birds, to bringing back fish, but it's also to making sure that we as Californians, don't live in fear every summer of catastrophic wildfire. We have the same kind of idea of integrating a knowledge of nature back into the natural resources that we manage that's just absolutely critical to, I think, kind of a rebirth of the California dream. We have a real chance here to make something that is not just of importance to the Sacramento Valley. I think it's a model for California as a whole, but then I think really the California can be a model for the globe. So it's just such a pleasure and a privilege to get to work with partners like Lewis and Megan and many more that we can't name here to try to put forward this vision of a functioning Sac Valley that works for both wildlife and for people.
Well, great panel, guys. Thank you again. I do always get inspired every time we do this. I know this is kind of, we've been doing this for a while, but I really appreciate you guys taking the time. And, one thing I would like to say to everybody at NCWA is, I think the Sacramento Valley made a big change. And that was, in the 90s when we stopped burning rice fields and went to flooding. And, maybe this is the next big move that we get to do. So, we all need to take a brave step forward and really work together, work collaboratively, and we can become a model, not only for California, but like Jacob said, for the rest of the world.
Wow. Boy, those were all great conversations. Thank you for your interest, your passion, your commitment, dedication, and loyalty to Northern California, to our water resources, and to making our region sustainable for now and future generations. Well, in closing, we want to thank you all for joining us today to explore ridgetop to rivermouth water management in the Sacramento Valley. We look forward to the future in the Sacramento Valley and all the conversations around our water resources. I am very confident that if the leadership in this room comes together and continues to manage our valuable surface and groundwater resources for multiple benefits, our next generation will have a vibrant and exciting future in the Sacramento Valley. We look forward to seeing you soon. We look forward to seeing you on October 21st in the beautiful Dunnigan Hills at Zamora for our matchbook open house, where we will all hopefully be together and enjoy the time in person. Thank you for joining us today. I believe this is where we would normally stop and crack open a cold one at Sierra Nevada. Wherever you are today, join me in opening a bottle of a local favorite. Let it quench your thirst and let it inspire you to continue ridgetop to rivermouth water management. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in October at Matchbook Winery. Man, this has been great. Man, I wonder what David's doing right now. Hey, man, I bet he wishes he was here. Yep, missing out, David. Man, the whole NCWA team, I wonder what they're doing. Well, I think that's about it. I think that's a wrap. Man, it's been a great day. I just love talking to my friends from NCWA. Isn't that great? Hey, I believe it's Miller time. Woo! Man, that's awesome. Northern California, this bud's for you. Man, that's good. That is awesome. Hey, there's rice in that beer. Wow. What I wouldn't give for a nice piece of Llano Seco pork. That would go great. This is the best. Being out here by myself, well, okay, it's COVID. It'd be great to be here with a bunch of friends. Yeah, it would. Man, wouldn't it be great to be here with Tib Belza? That would be so fun. Yeah. Danny Robinson too. Man, those guys are the best. Fritz Durst, Roger Cornwell, Nicole Van Vleck. Next year we'll be out here together. What, to heck with Sierra Nevada Brewery, big room. What's bigger than this? This is the best. Well, the beer's pretty good too.